about to see a whack MC when he bustin', but I just back away real cool, no fussin'. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do, so sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you. Despite the system trying to clamp down on the people will learn how to stand up to evil. Not evil that's across the globe, that's too far, but evil that lies in their own backyard. And fighting, it's not an option, they can't win. The government, it's not supposed to represent sin, but then again they do, and that's a problem. So let's go down and figure out how to solve them. It's not fun being a rapper that can't speak, but we do, yes, and plus we make fat beats. Yo, we smoke weed, break up trees. Listen, bringing fat beats, that is our mission. You wanted to see us on board, shut up and listen. Thelonious and Big Bennett, brother, check the vision. Mentalities of different realities. Into the Star Trek room when you hear the boom. I be the Walkman with the super bass. Automatic stop, yes, stereo cassette player. With the delayer, freaky lyrical sprayer. Extraterrestrial rhyme sayer. I be the poetical VIC slash master of the ceremony. Tenderoni, won't you come step with me? I'm on a historical journey. Kinda like Sigourney. Implore me to represent the attorney that represents my niggas, go figure. It's the card, they call me Uncle Bigger. Niggas love you blunts, down your liquors. I be the parallel to the fiction. You fixated on this brother's nature. Relaxed behavior, I might save your change. Flip it, rearrange. The whole concept, yo, is good for all your brain. Insane, psychotic, neurotic, black onyx, and hooked on phonics. Just atomic, it bleeds like a bonnet. Cut with the Asiatic, they all up on it. Rhyme static with the Bugatti type of skill. You wonder, is this nigga Vic really for real? It's still, but only necessary in the berry. I'm milk like dairy, they quite contrary. That's scary, but I'm a dog in the prairie. I scurry to grab my bones and just bury. Lyrical flurry, go get your secretary with impeccable diction. My style might vary, so get a hold of your own shit real fast. Fucking with us, we take it right out your ass. Prairie dogs chill while the other dogs howl. Too many dogs get sent to the pound. Back on the hill, me and my peeps just lounge. Prairie dogs, we keep it on the down. Splatter, don't like gun splatter. We try to climb the ladder, wicked men get better. They make it like splatter, but it really don't matter. Cause you know we coming back to our sons and our daughters. Father, him the one who protects ya, and the mother, she will never neglect ya. Through divine nature, the people respect ya, and in this way I deliver my lecture.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. What's up, y'all? Yes, we back at it again. It's Sunday, the 12th April, 22:59 Central European Time. That's Copenhagen time, and that makes it about what? What is that? 10? That makes it about 2:59 Eastern Standard Time, America. What's up, everybody? You made it. You're alive. Hopefully. You know, and it's another day, but as we know, the ship is starting to sink with Trump. So let's all celebrate. Yay! Hoorah! They all about to go down with the ship. or they're about to jump off. We gonna see. You either going down with the ship or you going to jump your ass off right about now. Because if you ain't seeing the signs of a sinking ship, this fucking ship has a gaping hole in the side of it. It hit a motherfucking, excuse me, it hit an iceberg, like a serious iceberg. This is a Titanic moment. You know what I'm saying? And if you have never seen that movie, I can tell you how it ends. It's not good. A lot of people go down with that ship. And so if you smart, you know, hopefully your ass is headed for the small raft, whatever rafts are left now, because that thing is going down. And, you know, listen, Trump deserves it. This regime deserves it. The whole concept, what they're trying to do was an insult. It's an insult. And I'm going to say this, you know, because things change. Societies grow. Shit happens in history. You know what I'm saying? Things never stay the same. But I got to tell you, these ideas that MAGA put forth to you know, to lead the U.S. into victory, into the future, yo, you guys, you need to learn more about the world. The world has fucking changed. It is not the world of the 1940s or 30s or 50s or anything, and nor should it be. The world has progressed. People have progressed. The West has progressed, but so have other people. But that's not bad. Everybody's progressed pretty much. If you're alive, you've progressed since those days, because let me tell you, things were not easy in the 40s and in the 50s. You know, you better get that shit straight. And not everybody had running water. You know what I'm saying? Everyone did not have running water. And in those days, they could just pile you up. A bunch of people in one little ass room. I'm telling you, across the West. Across the West. You know what I'm saying? The people weren't living well. So today we're living pretty well in the West. Why don't we have some respect for that? You know what I'm saying? And MAGA just showed that they have zero respect for it. Instead, they turned it around like they couldn't have had more opportunities than anybody else. Yo, Americans, if you didn't feel like you had as much opportunity as anybody else in the West, blame your motherfucking politicians. Blame them. Blame your goddamn Supreme Court. Blame them. They are right-winged. They did not want you to have any type of suffrage movement that they recognize. Forget women. They don't recognize women's suffrage movement. Just plain old women. They don't recognize that suffrage movement in the U.S. And so you know damn well they don't respect anybody else's, and that's pathetic. But had they, you know, the politicians would have been kicking in. I mean, the billionaires would have been kicking in their fair share, just like the American people kicking their fair share to the billionaires, just like the American people kicking their fair share to those politicians' goddamn mortgage payments and their private schools for their kids, just like the American people kicking their fair share for the Supreme Court's mortgage. For everybody has a mortgage, and their kids' homes probably too, and their kids' private school. You know, American people been kicking in a lot. But if you haven't been getting your fair share and you feel like the average American hasn't been getting your fair share, then you're right. You're absolutely justified in feeling that way. But who do you blame it on? See, you go around and you blame it. It's called, my pops used to call it beating the beater. Like, and they used to have a saying in the 40s. I'm serious. This is old timer talk here. I'm talking about 40s, 50s. They used to have a saying, and that was called, don't beat the beater. Don't beat the beater. That means don't point across the aisle at someone else on the same level of life as you, the bottom or the middle class, and blame. Don't do that. Point up. Point up. That's what you're supposed to do. Direct your attention up. That's called don't beat the beater. That's what that's called. Don't beat the beater. Point your direction up, 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 and take a good look. Make sure you don't just use the upward thing as a ping pong effect just so you can shoot back down at somebody else on your level. No. That doesn't work either at all. That's actually a distraction. See, there's no way in hell any Americans could not know how to get universal health care unless you just fucking don't want it. Flat out. You can't blame nobody. You can't blame Obama. You can't blame Kamala. No, what you can do is blame the Supreme Court. You can blame the multitude of politicians. But Obama's only one person that you use to discredit a whole sector of society. See, a whole sector of society said we want universal health care, and another sector said, fuck no, we don't want our taxes going to nobody else's shit. And so what you got in the end, just to make sure a little bit more people got health care than they usually got in the 80s and 90s, then you got Obamacare. That was called a negotiation that happened in Congress and in the Senate. You know, Obama had to give up a little just to get some people to come along with it. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have that, which you complaining about Trump taking right now. Yes, every one of you little red state maggots are complaining about the Republicans taking your shit. And you should. You should. But if you blame it on Obama, the health care you got, then that don't surprise me, because there's nothing called Obamacare. In reality, that's your mind playing tricks on you. There's actually nothing called Obamacare anyway. That was that shit that you needed to have to be able to point the finger across the aisle, to beat the beater thing. You needed to have that shit. You needed to have some warped ass idea of how that happened. The jungle made it happen. Ooh, Barack Hussein Obama made it happen. No, that happened in Congress with a vote. And a lot of you Republicans were not going to vote to improve health care at all if they didn't make concessions to Democrats. So, you know, but now you got another chance. And you can also blame the goddamn, the industry that pays money to politicians to make sure they don't vote in favor of universal health care. The private sector, the private healthcare system, they throwing big money at these people. So, but there's no way any person that really wanted to know couldn't figure out that you can have it if you, the voter, vote for it and demand it at the same time, verbally and with the vote, the stamp. See, if you went outside, Republican and Democrat, every fucking day and said to every one of these politicians every fucking day, we want universal health care or you're not going to have a job next. We will not be, just go out and make that a top issue. Issue number one, universal health care. If you did that, you would have it, because that's how every other Western nation has it. And you're no different. You're not supermen. You're not superwomen, but you're also not weaker than others. You could do it. You have 2 arms and 2 legs. You just as, physically just as strong. Mentally, you just have decided that that's not what you're going to do collectively, so you don't have it. You know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, you get a new chance to try it. You get a chance now, because the MAGA ship, the Trump MAGA ship, is going down in flames. See, you could advocate for something you need, or you could bitch about somebody else across the aisle. Them Democrats. You could do that if you want. The middle class, you urban people. Ooh, we don't want that. You know what I'm saying? You trannies. No. You can't be in this bathroom. You can make trannies not going in the bathroom your number one priority, or you can make healthcare your number one priority. You choose. You choose what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to choose from over here in Denmark, where no one's even looking to even give a fuck. I never saw. I don't think I've ever seen a transsexual in the toilet, but usually when I go to a public toilet, it's one that's for everybody. The women go to the right, the men go to the left, and hey, I'm not looking at other people. I'm not walking to the toilet going like this. What do you have? Let me see your thing. No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm going in the toilet, minding my goddamn business, not staring at other people, trying to figure out what they have and shit. Yeah, Orban lost. Yeah, Orban, get the fuck out of town. Orban, you and Putin. Finally, Europe is saved. Now, Orban was the weak link, that was breaking the chain and shit in the EU. Oh, well, that cookie crumbled. See you later, Orban. This is, he tried to hold on to power, but let me tell you, people don't want leaders that are fucking trying to do that anymore. The world has changed. People are tired of that shit. That shit's old school. This dictator shit. This I'm going to stay around and I'm going to give my son power shit. That shit is old. People are tired of it. People are tired of it. That is in the West. Some other people want to emulate it and shit. But hey, you do what you want to do. But nonetheless, still, you got to celebrate your victories. The MAGA ship, the Trump ship, it has a huge hole in the side of it, and it's losing. It's taking on water like never before. And so now people got to get ahead of the game plan and say, hey, man, how are we going to shut down J.D. Vance? Because, J.D. Vance, Trump is over. Trump is definitely over, Friars, Orban's losing is huge. It saves the EU pretty much a lot of extra. It doesn't save the EU, but it saves the EU a lot of extra work. Yes, because Orban wasn't playing fairly, and he was basically like a Trump, selling out the EU, basically, and selling out people, man. Folks are tired of that. Technology is supposed to make human beings' life easier and shit. And Orban found a way to make it harder and slower with all this new technology and all of this shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, people want to be a part of, the new age. People want to be in green energy zone. People want to be in sustainable energy zone, clean energy zone. People want technology to work for them to improve their lives, whether it's in farming, whether it's in transportation, whether it's in education, whatever it is. But people want that control over it, and they want it to serve each other. And that means when you have the capacity to do that, life should be easier for every individual. Simple and plain. It shouldn't be the opposite, but there's folks they have their own agenda, and they want to hold up this kind of stuff, and they want to make you just, a slave to the oil industry. And that's purely what was going on there, making people slaves to energy companies. Isn't that what people are tired of? People are goddamn tired of that logic. Life has to slow down because someone has a war where there's oil. It's like, that's how simple it is. That's how easy it is. That's not improvement. That's living in the Stone Ages when something like that can happen. And folks are just tired of it. And thankfully in Hungary, people were smart enough to say, fuck that. We don't want this. We don't want to go backwards. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, in case people like Orban, Orban's down with Putin. So Iran, this is the irony in it. Iran is getting help from Putin when it can. It's assisting Putin, sending drones over there. You know what I mean? It's very interesting this time of day if you study it and you study the geopolitics, and you could see it go full circle. Iran was selling drones to Russia. Russia was using those drones in Ukraine, bombing civilians, purely bombing civilians, pretty much. You know what I mean? Like really going after civilian infrastructure. That's what the Russian military does to their enemies, right? They don't care. They don't follow any rules of war, any of that shit. And now you got Ukraine finally coming out saying it wants to sell drones. It's offering drones to Trump, who is out there offering to drop, motherfucking nuclear bombs on Iran. This is not cool. No matter who is winning the propaganda game, this is not cool. Real people have already lost their lives. And this kind of circular shit is just insanity. It shows you it's a waste. It's a complete, utter waste, this type of stuff. But people that want to spend their time on warring, which Israel plays a role in, yeah, but think about this. You can't stop it if you only want to point the finger across the aisle and ask it to stop. You also have to demand that it stops here with you too, before the cycle will stop. And I'm not too sure any party right now has that type of leadership, in them, in that region. But I have to say, everybody has their own little individual battles. Netanyahu, I definitely do not support him attacking Iran, regardless of who the government is. This is not a new government. You know what I mean? So people understand how that government works and what their beliefs are, the Shiite, that are in control, and how they do things, right? So folks understand it. So there was no need for Netanyahu and Trump to bomb them. I'm totally against that. The killing of civilians, it doesn't matter who it is. I'm totally against that. That is just utterly wrong. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. You see what I mean? It was an unprovoked attack, but I'm gonna leave it up to other people. If Iran and Israel want to fight until the hell gates pour open, that's their business. You know what I'm saying? That is their business. But in terms of how Iran has dealt with Trump, thumbs up. I support that. Hey, you know what I mean? You know, I hope you and Israel can figure it out, but I'm very happy you dealt with Trump in the way that you did, Iran. Like, seriously, I'm very happy about that, because I understand people don't want to be pushed around. Obama, guess what? Obama had a good deal that seems to be working. Trump ripped it up and all hell breaks loose. You know, it's under Trump's leadership that all this bullshit happens. And I understand that. I mean, and this is where ethics matters, because everybody knows that Iran had made a deal. They were sticking to the deal. The deal got ripped up by Trump. So there it is. He missed the beat. He missed the step, and things went off from there. And you can't just bomb people into submission, and you can't just say that you want to annihilate civilizations. Like, that is purely wrong. Like, now you've gone somewhere else with the shit. One was a political difference that could be worked out through good diplomacy. The other is not something you can negotiate with. Nobody can negotiate with someone that claims they're going to bomb their civilization to hell. Like, fuck no. So I understand the Iranian regime, and I understand the people that support that regime. I understand that. Every human being should understand that. That's understandable. You know what I mean? That's wrong. That's not how you're going to solve problems between groups of people and cultures of people, societies of people. Like, that is absolutely the opposite way you're going to solve it. You see what I mean? I'm not saying everybody's out to solve problems either. But if you're saying you're out to solve problems, that's not the way. But having said that, this one works. I think this shit right here works really, really well. Peep this.
Yeah. Yeah. Keep that same energy. You ain't nothing but a fraud. Yo, call him what he is. Liar!
Damn.
Yeah. Hey, loser, come closer. I'm the exposer. Fake billionaire, your whole empire opposer. You step down, another liar takes the crown. The whole system is a circus. You're just a clown. You drop fake news, sitting high in your tower, morally bankrupt, just drunk on the power. You're fired. Played your last trump card. No more aces, boy, you're discarded. Look in the mirror, tell me what you see. Big ego crushed, fake reality. We covered in stone, we spell it in the fire. Ready for the truth, call him the liar. Labor of blood on your pride. Island Epstein, secrets you hide. All your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide. L-I-A-R. Yeah, we see you. L-I-A-R. We don't wipe us off the socials, yeah, you're hiding in fear, trying to silence every voice you don't wanna hear. From the MJ to Diana, yeah, we see how it goes. The system buries light, but the shadow always shows. Illuminati pots blood in the perjury. You lie about the mission, it's Epstein fury. Yeah, round fool, yeah, the records are proof. Now we expose it all, this is April truth. Look in the mirror, tell me what you see. Big ego crushed, fake reality. We carve it in stone, we spell it in the fire. Ready for the truth, call him the liar. Labor of blood on your pride. All your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide. Hide. L-I-A-R. Yeah, we see you. L-I-A-R. We don't believe you. L-I-A-R. 13%. That's a failing grade. The world is watching.
Oh shit.
Liar!
Damn. I have to say, I like that video. It's really cool. And, again, I think this is really how you, one thing I have to appreciate is that the Iranians have shown they're not ignorant. They understand how this game works. And that is what Trump doesn't seem to get. You know what I mean? It's not a matter of who as much as what. And when you're dealing, the type of what you're dealing with is probably not in your interest necessarily. Maybe some people, but it may not be in everybody's interest to go at them the way that Trump went at them. You know what I'm saying? And again, I just think it's disrespectful. I think especially when you're a superpower, you lose when you play this game, because first of all, a superpower's military is supposed to be able to win over a lesser power, period. But how you do it, you don't want to lose respect. Like, if you're going to do it shamefully, if you're just going to kill innocent people, if you're just going to be a bully, people don't like that. And that's all it would ever be if the United States tried to invade or attack Iran. It's only going to come off like you're a bully. So you lose, how can I say this? You lose the moral edge to it. You see what I mean? You lose you lose that kind of card, because nobody likes a bully, no matter who it is. It always backfires. It backfired against Russia. Look how bad it's backfired against Russia. It is backfired against Russia hard. They cannot beat the Ukrainians. I mean, the Ukrainians are kicking their ass, and they have the moral edge because it's their country. Period. That's how this thing works. And, so Trump doesn't seem to have a respect for that. JD Vance doesn't seem to have a respect for that. And they getting their asses kicked. And then secondly about this Iranian thing, there have to be an agreement in the Middle East. If the players that are on the ground don't feel like they can bring that agreement themselves, that they can create peace themselves, then someone needs to try. Someone needs to try, because it is unfortunate that this back and forth has got to continue to go on. But then there's the issue of the Palestinian, and that's really the moral center of this Middle East conflict, is what's happening to the Palestinians. I mean, they've been slowly decimated, killed off, murdered. You see what I mean? Now, there's people that are going to say that, yeah, but Hamas and Hezbollah did this and Iran have been doing this. Yeah, okay. I understand that. But Israel has also been doing things like taking more land, period. Killing civilians, killing the comparison to Israeli versus, Israeli military or people versus Palestinian civilians there's no comparison at all. There's no comparison at all. Secondly, you don't have the right anywhere on earth. Or thirdly, to have an apartheid state. You don't have that right. That's not a right people are given. You see what I mean? So, I think people are wise or the Israelis will be wise to understand this is also not a battle you can win. See, if you didn't go about it this way, there's a way to win hearts and minds. Definitely. There's always a way to win hearts and minds if you have a heart and a mind to do it. There's ways, and everyone have to understand that war is not the way that's going to end. No one's going to win a war in the Middle East. You're just going to lose lives. That's all that's going to happen. You're never going to win this kind of war. So it's insane that this is going on in 2026. But having said that, I can respect, I've always respected Iranians, to be honest with you. And I'm not talking about one regime or the other, but I know a lot about Persian history, and I know some Iranians, and I know that they're very, then I'm not proud in an ignorant way. They're very educated and intelligent people. They're not stupid. Like, don't confuse that. They're not suffering from a lack of education. You know what I'm saying? Then they have had, I would just say that. So how you deal with Iranians, man, they ain't going to take it if you don't want to deal with them. If you don't want to deal with them fairly, they're not going to take it. They're smart enough to make you wish that you did something different, regardless. And that's the point. Someone says, what's your point? That's my point, buddy. You got it? Now, let me get to the next point. Have you heard all 10 points I just made? By the way, can you recite them? Okay, so good. If you need me to do it again, I will, in case you wasn't listening, William. Okay. Now, just in case you didn't see this video, William, I'm going to play it again. It's pretty exciting. Let me know what you think on a scale of 1 to 10. If you think it's let's get some ratings for the Iranian regime today on the quality of their Lego video. I give it a 10.
Yeah. Keep that same energy. You ain't nothing but a fraud. Yo, call him what he is. Liar! Yeah. Hey, loser, come closer. I'm the exposer. Fake billionaire, your whole empire opposer. You step down. Another liar takes the crown. The whole system is a circus. You're just a clown. You drop fake news sitting high in your tower. Morally bankrupt, just drunk on the power. You're fired. Played your last trump card. No more aces, boy, you discarded. Look in the mirror. Tell me what you see. Big ego crushed. Fake reality. We covered in stone. We spell it in the fire. Ready for the truth. Call him the liar. Labor of blood on your pride. Island Epstein secrets you hide. All your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide. L-I-A-R. Yeah, we see you. L-I-A-R.
Damn, did y'all see the worm? Yo, it's a little slithering worm. Was that Netanyahu? Let me see. Damn, that is deep, yo. Let me bring that shit back. Who is this right here? Who is the worm? Is it William? Is William the slithering worm? Oh shit.
All your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide.
Trump is losing as a rock.
Yo, Viktor Orban lost, man. Orban's done. He's finished. He lost this battle, boy. Did you not know that? Yes, he lost, man. It's official. He already gave his concession speech. Yes. So congratulations to Hungary for being free of Putin's ass and shit, because Putin tried to throw game on Hungary, and the Hungarian people stood up. But again, like I was saying, people aren't stupid. People don't want people in power for all these goddamn years. Do you know how many laws that regime changed in the country? It would have to be so many people, a serious, not just a simple majority, not 51%. It's had to be a super majority just to get him out. That is insane. That is insane. Yeah, I think the worm is Israel for real. I think it's Bibi Netanyahu. But by the way, it is true. Orban lost, and he gave a concession speech already. Fuck his ass. I'm not even going to play it. Fuck Oregon. I don't even believe I share. Anyway, let me just continue. Yeah, but this was the video that Iran made. And kudos to Iran. This is an excellent produced video. I don't think it could be better, right? I think it's probably got Trump crying. Trump is crying. Trump doesn't like this, and but yeah, because he can't do it. He can't relate to this. Think about how Trump tried to diss wokeness. You see what I mean? He tried to do that, so rap, you can't rap. Ha ha ha. You can't be a rapper anymore. You're just a simple rapper. Somebody called me a simple rapper too. You know what I mean? Don't listen to this guy. He's just a simple rapper. Yeah. Okay, sure. If that's what you want to think. if that's what you want to think. But fuck you too, by the way. You know what I mean? Because you could say whatever you want, but I know one thing for sure: you hate people like me because I'm not a bigot. That's what it is. You see what I mean? So I already know what that whole "he's just a rapper" is. Man, whatever. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Sure, you're right, buddy. In any case, and also I am a rapper, so fuck you. What the hell? But I'm not only a rapper, I'm also a daddy. I also work in the health sector. You see what I mean? Helping people. You see what I mean? I also, there's so many things to me, you know what I'm saying, as a human being. It's sad to see people try to belittle each other with art. You're a rapper. So you know what I'm saying? But Iran, they understood that. They understood that these kind of bigoted tropes and things like that with this woke thing. You could also say that Iran, I'm gonna give you some pointers. Since they want to talk about women's rights, you should talk about women's rights, because Trump's regime ain't shit when it comes to women's rights. Like, they're anti-women. You know what I mean? So I would love to see the Iranian regime come with a video that addresses that too, if they could do it. I'm not saying they can, but I think you might be able to. Also, this thing about extremism, do some shit about the KKK in the U.S. Do some shit about fascism in the U.S. because these motherfuckers are fascist. You know what I'm saying? Like, straight up. Do that. Go all the way. You got a lot of lanes. you got a wide open lane. It's so many things you could go after. I mean, also go after the hypocrite thing. I mean, they often talk about that they're conservative Christians, but look, the dudes are like going around undercover, man. These guys are undercover. Not that I care, but I'm not a hypocrite. See, so I'm not monitoring people's bodies. So I don't give a fuck what somebody does. That's what type of person to me. I don't care what you do. That's your business. I don't even want to know, pretty much, right? And but since they make it their business to want to know what people do, I think Iran should choose that lane and make some things about them being undercover. A lot of them are undercover, man. You know what I'm saying? Also, go after Elon Musk. Also, Peter Thiel, please. Do some things about them and JD Vance. Just go all the way in on all of them and their little plan. That would be nice. Since I got a wish list to Iran, I can't believe I do, but fuck it. This is how you survive, by keeping it real. When you recognize that maybe you weren't right, that helps the outcome. I'm serious. You could go anywhere in the world as long as you have that attitude where you're able to adjust. If you're not right, you could go far. You see what I'm saying? It's true. But in any case, I'm just speaking facts. A lot of people think you have to stick to being dumb or stick to being wrong. No, who the fuck said that? That never helps. That never helps. As a matter of fact, in case you didn't know that is exactly the opposite way a person should be. When you find out you're not correct about something, you should just adjust and just flip it and change and don't repeat the same thing. That's all you got to do. You see what I mean? And people will appreciate it, but in any case, as we hear, did y'all like the video? I loved it. I don't even know. Should I just rock some more? Let's rock some more real quick.
You're hiding in fear, trying to silence every voice you don't wanna hear. From the MJ to Diana, yeah, we see how it goes. The system buries light, but the shadow always shows. Damn! Cracks blood in the perjury, you lie, but the mission is Epstein fury. Yeah, round fool, yeah, the records are proof. Now we expose it all, this is hateful truth. Look in the mirror, tell me what you see.
Pinocchio.
Big ego crushed.
Netanyahu.
Reality. Damn. We carve it in stone. We spell it in the fire. Ready for the truth. Calling the
liar.
Labor of blood on your pride. All your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide. High.
Damn.
We see you. We don't believe you. 13
right, that's enough. That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. But in any case,
Donald Trump is losing it as Iran has turned the tables on him after the negotiations failed in Islamabad, Pakistan, where the Trump regime tried to impose new negotiating frameworks on Iran after the Trump regime previously publicly announced it agreed to Iran's 10-point negotiating framework. Iran kicked into high gear with its taunts and its mockery and its trolling of Donald Trump and his regime. You see, Iran realized that not only do you have to fight Donald Trump on the battlefield, but in the information age using AI, which Donald Trump uses, Iran was prepared to engage in this asymmetrical online warfare against Donald Trump with a troll army and producing these AI videos. You know, the State Department used to have whole divisions and departments previously that would try to counteract this kind of stuff from foreign interests, foreign powers. But Donald Trump and Marco Rubio and Doge got rid of all of those departments. And there's been this open lane here where Iran saw the opportunity and started rolling out these videos, just mercilessly trolling Donald Trump. And Trump can't handle it. I mean, Donald Trump goes back to his own playbook. He was at the UFC fight where he barely got any applause from a crowd that was once favorable to him. I'm doing another video on this, but you had Dana White had to hold Donald Trump's hand and kind of walk with him because Trump was so physically and cognitively addled. And Trump was just, in terms of trolling, I mean, Trump's getting just outplayed by Iran right now. Lots of these former MAGA people too are like, you can't even beat Iran at the online trolling stuff. That's what you've done to the US. I mean, just take a look at these like Lego videos that Iran's been putting out. And it's very detailed stuff. They do these videos where they show Donald Trump's social media posts and they have it burn. And they'll have like these videos of Trump drinking crude oil and that like the oil's keeping Donald Trump alive. And they have these videos showing Donald Trump as a clown or the Iranians haunting Donald Trump in his sleep like the Grim Reaper. Then they have these messages like this liar. And it says, let's be clear, this ain't about politics. It's about character. 13%. That's the verdict on your soul. You spent your whole life chasing ratings, buildings, a golden cage around a pathetic, empty man, a con artist who got too loud. You ain't a leader. You're a joke without a punchline. Damn. History won't remember a president. It'll remember a shameful footnote. You got zero respect, period. Now, that was after these negotiations.
Wait, whoa. Damn, I didn't even have time to read that. What the hell? Let me see here, yo. That is incredible. Let me make it big because that message has to stay around forever in the universe. You know what I'm saying? Damn. Let's be clear. This ain't about politics. It's about character. 13%, that's the verdict on your soul. Damn. You spent your whole life chasing ratings, building a golden cage around a pathetic, empty man, a con artist who got too loud. You ain't a leader. You're a joke without a punchline. It's facts, though. I mean, this is ether. With the April. Yeah, this is ether right here. This is about as bad as it gets, man. Why is Trump even coming outside anymore? What the fuck? If I was him, I would just stay in this house, never come outside again. History won't remember a president. It will remember a shameful footnote. And they are right. They are right. Whoever wrote this is absolutely right. I mean, I don't know, but isn't it obvious? I mean, it's always been that way. When you show people that you're only interested in greed and you do not care about the common man, especially even in your own country. Look, see, this should be a lesson for right-wing governments. You know, how you treat people is how you're going to be judged internationally. You know, this is the world that we're living in now. You know, Iran is a sub power. It's not a superpower. But because of how they're willing to engage, they're showing their awareness, their understanding of the United States of America. They're like going to throw that out in your face. You see what I mean? They're going to put it in your face. You're not going to walk away from it. You know what I mean? And, hey, what can you say back to them? Can you say something? I mean, the United States, how many, shootings, school shootings have we had, mass shootings? How many people have we seen, innocent people, unarmed people be killed by the police in the United States of America? How long have we seen that, had to watch that? You see what I mean? How long do we have to play these games like we're not treating our own citizens poorly? We are. And other nations, even Iran, a nation that has sanctions on it by the U.S. or did and has had for a while, right? I mean, just think about the pressure that puts on a group of people that are trying to take care of their own nation, like straight up. That's what that does. So, when you are a country that doesn't have sanctions and you still don't treat your people right, they're going to show it in your face. And there's nothing you can do about it when that's who you are, So Iran is pretty much checkmating. Even the Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court, they are some goddamn failures, I mean, I'm just saying it, basically. Now, somebody might say, well, move your ass to Iran. But I'm from the United States of America. My ancestors have fought in every war in the United States of America since its beginning. You know what I mean? Both sides of my family is from the colonial period, right? So I'm going to say my piece, period. And if you don't like it, there's nothing you're going to do about it. And I'm saying that on my goddamn nationality. There's absolutely nothing. Like, I was created to say these words. You know what I mean? From the position where I am today in a foreign country. You see what I'm saying? It's like I realized that after I used to think, damn, why did I end up overseas? Because I could never imagine it. Right now, I realize why. Because my motherfucking country is burning, and we need people to speak up from all over that can speak up. And we also need people that can check our government and say, yo, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but nobody else in the West is doing it like you. Shut the fuck up. Like, straight up. Like, you are a fraud. Like, this shit that they put on the American people, they are frauds. They are frauds. This is not a government. This is not a Supreme Court. These people are frauds. They're frauds. Like, straight up. They need to learn how to be more proud, right, of Americans in a way that means their pride is shown in how they lift every single American up with their job every single fucking day of the week. That's where their source of pride is supposed to come from. And they're just not good at it. You know what I'm saying? They're just not good at it. They need to be taught how to. You see what I mean? And they need to be taught by other Western nations, too, that do it, that show it. If you don't want to learn from Iran, look, Iran is only checking you because you didn't want to learn from your own Western allies, really. That's it. That's what's happening at the end of this day. They didn't want to listen to Canada. They didn't want to listen to Denmark. They didn't want to listen to, Norway. They didn't want to listen to any of the allies, right? When it comes to healthcare, education, no housing even. No. They didn't want to. But look who they listening to now. Like, you can't beat Iran because they've already won because of who you are when you stepped wrong in the first place. You are hypocrites, and Iran is checkmating your ass. And listen, this doesn't have anything to do with Russia or China in that way, because the Iranians are smart enough to know disinformation, period. They're smart, capable people. You see what I mean? Although they get assistance militarily, maybe from Russia in some kind of way, and China in some kind of way with weapons, this kind of thing. But it's not about your weapons. It's about your brain, how you confront a situation. And it is clear that Trump has failed. He has no idea. He has no idea. He has failed. He has failed. Woo! And if you don't like it, too bad. Too bad. Too bad. I don't give a fuck what you think. Too bad. Trump has failed. Okay. The Iranians have the leadership. They have wiped the floor with you. This administration, you are a joke. You are a joke. Look, we even have, this is how much of a joke this administration is. We have people that were put in position, to be directors, right? We got the director of what was it, Homeland Security? What was it name? Christy Noem, all these groups, Hegseth, these motherfuckers are too scared to live in civilian population. They're living on bases. Most of them are living, a lot of them, a good number of them are living on bases because they're so goddamn scared. They don't even feel like their own country can protect them in their own country. That's how hated these fucking people are. They're hated in their own country and they don't feel safe in their own fucking country. What kind of bullshit is that? What kind of bullshit is that? You see? And now we got J.D. Vance trying to get the same deal he had with Obama. Even worse, it's said that the Trump administration has agreed even before J.D. Vance met, before they could set up a meeting, they had to promise to release something like $5 or $6 billion of Iranian assets. They had to promise to release it even before a meeting. That's, to my counting, that's about $5 billion more dollars than Obama freed up of their money. $5 billion. That's a big difference. You see what I mean? And they've got nothing for it. Nothing. Why? Just because Trump is a lunatic. You see what I mean? So it's like, but in any case, let's hear some more of the Midas Touch reporting on this.
You got zero respect, period. Now, that was after these.
Do me a favor, click the like button, folks. If you haven't clicked the like button, click the like button. I appreciate it very much. Then more people can come into the stream.
Negotiations broke down in Islamabad, Pakistan. Iran releases a video and releases those messages right there. And they
Scotland, I see you. Scotland in the house. What's up?
We're putting out these AI Lego videos and other AI videos all day. I mean, they put out an official statement as well where they said, Iran showed up to have these negotiations with the Trump regime. And here's how they put it: the perfidious, evil, and deceitful American enemy.
Somebody said, Keith said, what planet are you from? I'm from Earth, you jackass. Okay, I'm from the same planet as you. That is, if you even exist. Do you have anything on your account? I mean, your picture, a photo, a video, you and your family, something, so we can know you're just not a troll.
Sought to achieve through the negotiating table what it failed to accomplish in war. Iran has decided to reject these conditions and continue the sacred defense of its homeland by all available means, whether military or diplomatic. This is what the Iranian Revolutionary Guard said, describing the United States as perfidious, evil, and deceitful just minutes after J.D. Vance boarded Air Force 2. And then they dropped the videos. Like, I'll show you. This was the video they dropped. They called it Liar. And it is like a scathing takedown of Donald Trump with like very meticulous detail.
Exactly. Keith, listen up to this video, you sucker.
And this is what they're doing, turning the tables on Donald Trump, unleashing a troll army on Donald Trump with videos like this. Here, play this first one right here. Let's play.
This shit is embarrassing.
Play it.
Your YouTube thumbnail.
Oh, shit. They just did that. Oh, my God. Yeah, this video is totally embarrassing. And, I really, really hope if Trump can't bother to look at it and make some changes in his administration, learn, you know what I mean? Admit that he could learn something. If he's not willing to do that, then somebody else in his administration should do it for him, because they just killed him with this video.
Keep that same energy. You ain't nothing but a fraud. Yo, call him what he is. Liar! Yeah, hey, loser, come closer. I'm the exposer. Fake billionaire, your whole empire opposer. You step down, another liar takes the crown. The whole system is a circus. You're just a clown. You drop fake news, sitting high in your tower. Morally bankrupt, just drunk on the power. You're fired. Played your last trump card. No more aces, boy, you're discarded. Look in the mirror, tell me what you see.
Oh my God.
Ego crushed,
Fake reality.
we carve it in stone, we spell it in the fire. Ready for the truth, call him the liar. Labor of blood on your pride, Island Epstein secrets you hide. All your crimes buried deep inside, rotten systems you're gonna slide. L-I-A-R, yeah, we see you. L-I-A-R, we don't wipe us off the socials, yeah, you're hiding in fear, trying to silence every voice you don't wanna hear. From the MJ to Diana, yeah, we see how it goes. The system buries light, but the shadow always shows. Illuminati talks blood in the perjury, you lie, but the mission, it's Epstein fury. Yeah, round fool, yeah, the records are proof. Now we expose it all, this is April truth. Look in the mirror, tell me what you see. Big ego crushed,
Fake reality.
we carve it in stone, we spell it in the fire. Ready for the truth, call it
Liar.
liar. Labor of blood on your pride, all your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide. Hide, hide. L-I-A-R, yeah, we see.
Oh shit.
L-I-A-R, we don't believe you.
I gotta play this part back. I'm sorry.
13%.
Hold up. This shit is
That's a
crazy.
failing grade.
Sorry about this. This is something like at one part here I gotta play back. This is crazy.
The world is
Where's he scream at?
labor of blood on your pride, all your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide. Hide, hide. L-I-A-R, yeah, we see you. L-I-A-R, we don't.
That one right there.
We see you. L-I-A-R, we don't. Gonna slide.
That's crazy. Somebody said in the chat, did you hear Iran is still apparently executing civilians? Well, I think, they were executing civilians for some time now, right? Trump asked them to go out and protest, and they went out and protested, apparently thinking Trump was going to help them out. And yeah, they killed them. And have you heard that I'm actually against that? If you've been following my channel, which is why I probably think you're a troll, because trolls, they don't follow people's channel. They don't even listen to what the channel's even saying, the message of this channel. You see how generic that question is? I spent even the first 15 minutes talking about this. This is, I just went over this. I don't actually approve of the regime, you see, in the first place. So I don't have to justify any of that because I don't approve of it. You see what I mean? However, if you listen to anything I said, and if you're an American like me, and you can take some self-critique as an American, which is healthy to do, it's healthy for all people to be able to take critique, constructive critique. My constructive criticism is that I didn't like the way Trump went about this. I thought it was wrong. I also thought it was wrong for them to attack Iran unprovoked. You see what I mean? I thought that was wrong too. And I also think Netanyahu didn't do the right thing, or Trump. They didn't consult any allies. I think that's also wrong. That's also not just wrong, but offensive. Just as offensive as it is to make an unprovoked attack. It's both of those things are not good. You see what I mean? So the people that attacked Iran didn't think about anybody else except themselves. I'm talking about Israel and the United States. That's wrong. That's just irresponsible. And you can't, if you're against those kind of things, then you can't let it slide for anybody. That's all it is. So I'm just keeping it real. It's unfortunate that civilians are being killed. I wish people would deal with things the right way. Maybe some of that could be stopped. But apparently the two countries that embarked on this don't know how. They should have really listened to other people that might have an idea, because nobody's Superman. There's no, and Trump definitely is not the smartest person. You know what I mean? And Israel should definitely not be relying on Trump to be the smartest person to handle this. After all, Israel aligning itself with Trump after Trump just weeks before was out to invade every goddamn other Western country. That's shameful. That's a poor move by Netanyahu. Netanyahu fucked Israel over because, countries are going to want to distance themselves now just because of that. You see? So if you ask me, and I'm quite sure trolls don't even listen to what I'm saying, let alone somebody like Netanyahu or Trump, because they don't need to. They're just billionaires. They're just rich. They don't need you anyway, troll. Okay? They don't give a damn about a troll, and they don't give a damn about what the average person thinks. Trump doesn't give a fuck about what Americans think, and Netanyahu barely cares about what Israelis think. But he has a base that's probably more than what Trump's base is right now. So people have to deal with him. But that doesn't mean I have to like what he does. I don't like Bibi Netanyahu. Okay? So, there it is. But having said that, Iran did a great job making this video. The production is wonderful. The direction is excellent. The script, the critique of the U.S. of Trump is perfect. It's and Trump did all this anti-woke shit. Well, now you're getting some woke shit back at your ass. Apparently, Iran has won. They've learned how to do this woke shit. They realize that's a political factor in the United States public, so they're attacking that. Okay, they're attacking him with his own bullshit. You see what I mean? They're laughing. They're laughing because they're saying, look, they're basically saying, because they know they're not stupid. They know this is MAGA doing this. This is the MAGA president. This ain't Kamala Harris. So they know the difference between a Kamala Harris type and Trump. They know the difference between Obama and Trump. Let me tell you, the reason why they do is because Obama did something different. You see, Obama set up a nuclear agreement, cease agreement with Iran. It was running when Trump became president the first time. Trump ripped it apart. Under that agreement, they had inspections every single day in Iran. You see what I mean? So, why did Trump rip it up? Trump said it wasn't good enough. So he instead of building on it and adding to it, he decided to say it's not good enough, so rip up the whole thing. And that was a mistake because the Iranians took the agreement serious. And when a president comes and just rips it up from one president to the next, that's a lot of work that was done to sit down and even sign the agreement on both sides. On the U.S. side, see, Trump didn't care about all the work that the American citizens did to make the agreement. All the work that was done by the administration, which is paid for by the the American citizens' tax dollars. Trump didn't care about that. He didn't care about the time either. He just ripped it up. And now look at it. So, maybe Trump could learn from that. Maybe Trump could have some respect for some other Americans that do good work also. That could change. He could volunteer that. Iran doesn't have to make him do it. He could volunteer that on his own. It's within his power to respect other. Somebody wrote, Muhammad helped his Iranian cousins. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna let that comment come in because that was blocked. I don't know why. But yeah, Trump could learn from that. He could learn from some mistakes. Maybe he could learn that agreement was actually important and to not just rip it up next time. You see what I'm saying? Especially when you don't have a better idea. But maybe Trump and maybe MAGA and maybe trolls are too fucking stubborn. You tell me. But your stubbornness comes with a price. See, that's the only thing is you can be stubborn as you want. Now, maybe go for it. Keep going. Keep doing it a little more. It doesn't mean you're going to get anywhere. That's all. Yeah, that's Trump on life support. They called him a LIAR. That's called liar. So this is the liar video, and I'm really happy that I checked it out. Yeah, and just for my own purposes, just to be able to see it, give a little. Let's see here. Hold on.
We'll show you how.
Damn, they said something like, "Let's be clear." Let me see that. Wow, there was something in it I didn't see before. What was that? 2 seconds. Let me try to pull that back up real quick. I didn't notice that. Big up to everybody in the chat too. Do me a favor, click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, if you're watching on TV, pick up the remote and click the like button. Yeah, that way more people will see the stream and be able to find it. That kind of tricks the algorithm. And so for folks that don't know, so the more people that click it, the more people will actually come to see it. So let's see here. Let's be clear. This ain't about politics. It's about character. 13%. That's the verdict on your soul. You spend your whole life chasing ratings, building a gold cage around a pathetic, empty man. They're talking about Trump, a con artist who got too loud. You ain't a leader. You're a joke without a punchline. I agree. I agree 100% with that. History won't remember a president. It'll remember a shameful footnote. I definitely agree with that, too. You got zero respect. Trump has no respect. At least that's my opinion. And then period. Yeah, I actually think that works. I think they had something going on there. So let's see here. What else is going on? Oh, okay. Here we go. There's more, y'all. I got a lot more. There's a lot more. I just wanted to start off with Ben Marcellus's take on this because I know that it was going to be entertaining. But let's continue.
Your way out of an answer. Play this clip.
Oh shit! Yeah. More? Damn! I didn't even see this one.
Yeah. He on the phone talking tough like a sitcom dad. All caps in the chat, little finger so mad. Bomb this, hit that like a board game. Brag while the map got names that he barely can flag. Golf cart general, tweet side strategy. Talking about war like it's brand new batteries. Change them, charge them, quick click fantasy. Meanwhile, kids duck, dust, breathe gasoline. He say maximum pressure, that's a phrase, not the plan. Heard it from a guy who heard it from a man. Oil on the brain camera in his hand, turn the whole coastline to a campaign ad. Loose lips, tight sanctions, whole world watching a tantrum. Talk big from a gold top mansion, but you can't bomb your way to an answer. Loose lips, tight sanctions, real eyes under those captions. Talk
oh shit! Oh my goodness! I'm so sorry. I gotta hear this shit again. This one is too damn good. Wow, they're getting good at this. This is excellent work. This is excellent work, y'all. Seriously. All right, let's peep this shit one more time. Here we go. Let me bring it back. We got to rewind that shit for real. We got to rewind it. Here we go.
He on the phone talking tough like a sitcom dad. All caps in the chat, little finger so mad. Bomb this, hit that like a board game. Brag while the map got names that he barely can flag. Golf cart general, tweet side strategy. Talking about war like it's brand new batteries. Change them, charge them, quick clip fantasy. Meanwhile, kids duck, dust, breathe gasoline. He say maximum pressure, that's a phrase, not the plan. Heard it from a guy who heard it from a man.
Come on.
Oil on the brain camera in his hand, turn the whole coastline to a campaign ad.
You heard?
Tight sanctions, whole world watching a tantrum. Talk big from a gold top mansion, but you can't bomb your way to an answer. Loose
party over here.
Tight sanctions, real lives under those captions. Talk boy like it's just transactions, but you can't bomb your way to an answer. No, you can't. He say fire and fury like it's cable talk. Treat nukes like props in the lobby walk. Pull up him from his car, started drawing chalk. Lines on lives he will never have to walk. Rats for the base, got the crowd all loose. Wave a flag, sell fear, cut truth loose. Stack chips off clips, talk peace in the suit. Leave vets with the bill and the folded salute. I ran on the screen, he just seeing the stage. Ancient streets, long prayers, real names, real age. But it's ratings all over the page. Flip whole histories for a 15-second raid. Loose lips, tight sanctions, whole world watching a tantrum. Talk big from a gold top mansion, but you can't bomb your way to an answer. Loose lips, tight sanctions, real lies under those captions. Talk war like it's just transactions, but you can't bomb your way to an answer. No, you can't.
Wow, that was wild. That was wild and worthwhile. I'm surprised I missed that one. I didn't see that. That was another great one. I mean, listen, again, Trump hated that woke shit. Trump hated woke. He just made a mockery. He just decided that anything that was made up, that was American, happened to have some roots in American culture, American music. You hear the piano, right? You hear the bass line. That's a string instrument. Piano and bass are string instruments. Have a lot to do with American culture, like from way back. You see what I mean? And then you got that beat, that hip hop beat. It's a fusion. You know what I mean? And Trump just dissed it. And as a political thing, like to ha, you too woke. You've learned from each other. Ha, that's funny. You guys learn how to live together. That's woke. That's something to laugh at. Well, Iran, they're poking at that politically. They're saying, hey, we see your politics too. We see you're doing, you're doing stuff to your people too. And we can play at that game. We could up the score. We could actually show those people that we know something about them too, that we're not that stupid, that we see the difference in politics. I'm just saying. And this is what I'm getting from it in any case. But
then they started having these videos, spread online. Like there's this video with like Jeffrey Epstein haunting Donald Trump as Trump's demons spawn on his shoulder, basically. And everywhere Trump goes, you have Epstein on his shoulder. Here, play this clip.
Don't fight it, Donnie. We've been bonded since the 90s. We don't want those tapes to come out now, do we? Call Tucker low IQ. Tell them that Candace is unattractive. Oh, and call Alex Jones a nut job.
I've given you war. I've given you chaos. I've done everything you've asked me to.
Asked? Silly Donnie. I don't ask. Baby, it's me. He's gone. I'm in charge now. You'll get everything. The wars, the money, all of it. Now about these tapes.
Or how about this video right here using Donald Trump's social media posts where Donald Trump, was like, open the effing strait. And this is what it looks like. Someone ranting and raving like a lunatic. Let's play it.
Open the strait right fucking now.
Now, even these big right-wing former influencers like current influencers, but former like Trump adjacent type of people like Tim Dillon, kind of a right-wing podcast guy, I guess more libertarian, but, was part of that whole right-wing kind of podcast community, back in the, back when, Trump would go on all of those types of shows. And he goes, this is what he goes, so let me get this straight. We're getting bodied by Iranian AI in the war of shit talk. Like Donald Trump is so bad. He's so horrible and such a loser. He's now even like Trump's whole thing is shit talking, but like he's bad at that. And now he gets out shit talked. And I hate cursing by the Iranians. Here, play this clip.
So we've lost. There's nowhere to go. It's checkmate. We can't do the things we think we can. We're tweeting, we're truth socialing, whatever. We're trying to win the war on social media, and we're not even doing that because do you have the Lego thing up? Can you get that Lego video? We're not even winning the shit talking war. We're not even winning that. The shit talk? You think America would win that, at least? If we're going to win one thing, we're getting bodied by Iranian AI in the war of shit talk. Truly. How embarrassing. We're the country that invented shit talk and we're getting lit up. Take a look.
Orange pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran, hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us till the last breath. We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong, they've known all along.
How are we losing in this? We are getting bodied with the Lego stuff.
Stealing from your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of birth. You scream America first, now you put
Unbelievable.
first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you.
I mean, we're not even winning that. We're losing that.
Oh my God.
I mean,
that is insane. That is insane. That shit is too funny. It's too funny. And, you know, this shows you how petty people are too, because, you know, first of all, you don't have to agree with Iran to understand, to be able to have understand how this is clever, how this is smart, how this is an exercise of control. You see what I mean? Like seriously, because what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Ban it? You're going to ban it now? You're going to, you know, the right wing is going to start banning media, right? Okay, right. When they allowed all that disinformation in on election time, they didn't have a problem with all the anti-disinformation Kamala Harris shit. They had no problem with that. They loved it. Any anti-Biden stuff, they loved it. They loved it all. Anti-Obama, just anything. They loved it. And the airwaves got full of it. They had people. See, this is why I support Kamala Harris for a number of reasons. You know, and according her record is strong, you know. And so, but that's not the only reason. The reason is because look at the attacks. See, what you don't realize is that Russia doesn't necessarily like Muslims, but they're aligned with Iran because they recognize something together. One thing, that they're, you know, competitors, you know, against the U.S. See, they're clever in that sense. China also. China's government is not strong on Muslim rights, but they work with Iranians. You see what I'm saying? So when I see people unfairly, I'm not saying you can't criticize her fairly. What I'm saying is that when you do it unfairly, it makes me realize, see, you would treat me that way too. See, and I know why you do it, you know? So that's why I like her even more too, even extra, because I understand and I identify with what it's like to be treated unfairly. You see what I'm saying? So if you can't play the game fairly and you're not willing to play the game fairly, you shouldn't expect much in return. You shouldn't expect much in return. There's a lot of people that identify with the ones that are not treated fairly. And Kamala Harris wasn't. You should never stand aside and listen to lies being told about someone, even if you disagree with their politic. See, that's a problem. That's a problem. And yeah, so you know, people need to understand something. No matter what you think about Kamala Harris, it says more about you when more of you vote for Trump. See, that when more of you chose something else than the lady and more of you chose Trump. See, these videos are a reflection of Americans and their thinking. Yeah, it's a reflection of who you voted for. It's not just a reflection of Trump. Don't forget, it's a reflection for who you voted for. Epstein files. You're right. I mean, do we even have to read the song lyrics? Because the song lyrics are devastating. You know, the song lyrics, they calling him a clown, a fraud, built a gold castle around himself. I mean, that's really Trump, though. That's really Trump. And it's just so sad. It's just so sad. But in any case, you don't have to agree with the Iranians to see that they won that part. ding, you lost. They won that part. The promotion of the war has been won by Iran. You cannot win it. You've lost it already. Totally lost it. You see what I mean? And that speaks for how intelligent you are also. You're not that intelligent. That's what that is. It's not about how many bombs you have. You aren't intelligent enough to win the information war. You see, and that's the main one, because, and this is where the MAGA and the Trump administration suffer. They suffer in the information war, and because the shit they're selling is bullshit. That's basically it,
Unbelievable.
God. And here are some statements that we're hearing from, MAGA people. Let's play this clip right here.
Not proud of it. Man enough to say it. I was one of those guys back in 2020, 2024, shit, even 2016 before I could vote. I was all for Trump. I was all for MAGA. I believed he was going to make America great again. I believed he was going to drain the swamp. I thought he was going to be different. He wasn't a career politician. And boy, was I wrong. My views didn't change. They still remain the same. I did fall for the deception, though, because I can't in good conscience support someone who's responsible for a pointless war where thousands of innocent lives are dying every single day. I can't support someone who mocked Christ on Easter. I sure as hell can't support someone who calls the people who want transparency on one of the most heinous and insidious acts in human history, the Epstein files, calls them liars and lunatics. He's probably a part of it himself. Can't support that. When it comes to politics, it's hard to even align myself with one of the parties because they're both being controlled by the same puppeteers at the top. So I was wrong. Not proud of it. Man enough to say it.
I mean, truly a shocking turn of events, and we're going to keep you posted every step of the way. But
hold on, let me just hear that last part that he said. I like how that was how he had that self-reflection. See, this guy is better than a lot of people, because a lot of people, I'm gonna tell you, it is something about I don't know if it's how people are raised. You know what I'm saying? Or their experiences when they're being raised, something. But some people just can't admit not just when they're wrong, but how they're wrong. And that's what this guy just did. So I give him a lot of credit.
Some statements that we're hearing from...
Let me just hear that one more time.
MAGA people. Let's play this clip right here.
Not proud of it. Man enough to say it. I was one of those guys back in 2020, 2024, shit, even 2016 before I could vote. I was all for Trump. I was all for MAGA. I believed he was going to make America great again. I believed he was going to drain the swamp. I thought he was going to be different. He wasn't a career politician. And boy, was I wrong. My views didn't change. They still remain the same. I did fall for the deception, though, because I can't in good conscience support someone who's responsible for a pointless war where thousands of innocent lives are dying every single day. I can't support someone who mocked Christ on Easter. I sure as hell can't support someone who calls the people who want transparency on one of the most heinous and insidious acts in human history, the Epstein files, calls them liars and lunatics. He's probably a part of it himself.
Facts.
Can't support that. When it comes to politics, it's hard to even align myself with one.
So let me ask you something. Put a 1 in the chat if you're one of those people that believe the Epstein files is a hoax. Put a 2 in the chat if you believe it's real and it's bad. Okay, so Sonny, let me get a 1 or a 2 from you and anybody else that could be a troll. Okay, everyone, let me hear from you, but especially the trolls. Okay, because if you don't answer, I'm going to block your ass. All right. I'm talking about the trolls, though. I see and I know who's real, enough people, but sometimes you get these little weird ass comments and shit. You just be like, that smells like troll. I better ask. Look at this. So Arctic, what? You don't want to say? You don't want to answer, Arctic? Is that what that is? You got to be sure. I don't like to leave room. You know what I'm saying? I like to know. That's exactly why I'm asking, because I want to know what you believe, and I don't know you. So, and I'm not guessing on this one, okay? There's a lot of people that come in the chat. The chat is open, so there are, a lot of people with different opinions. And okay, so let me see here. Look, somebody want to call me a moron, so look, fuck you too, you stupid bitch. Now, next. Next, since you want to play games and shit, I said I don't know you, so I'm asking to know you. You're in my chat, sucker. Now, if you don't expect me to want to know you and to be able to ask you a clarifying question, why the fuck are you here? Are you tampering with people's minds? Everybody in the chat have the right to ask somebody else in the chat something. You got the right to ask me something as long as it's, within reason. And I got the right to ask you something. That's what the conversation is about. What the hell? This guy's in here acting like this hands off Arctic. Don't ask him anything. Don't ask him if he agrees or doesn't. Okay, so for now, it seems, but there's something about being reluctant in answering that question that also speaks. You see what I mean? It's like I will never understand it. That was an easy question to answer, but Arctic for some reason showed some sort of animosity towards it. That's weird also, I think. You're not supposed to assume everyone agrees, because as you see, there's plenty of people that are not like this guy on the screen. The guy on the screen is saying one thing, and there's also some people in the chat that don't like what he's saying, that think it's fake. So that's why I'm asking this question. It's posed very simple. I'm asking it, and I want to know, do you agree with this guy? And that's one way to ask it. So let's listen again. One of the points he made was the Epstein files. You see what I mean? Now, there's somebody else that was in the chat that was like, saying that this is propaganda, this guy. You see what I mean? So where are you at? Also, let me get your answer. Is the Epstein files a hoax, or is it real and problematic? One, if it's a hoax. Two, if it's real and problematic. You see, Yoda is like, Yoda thinks it's a hoax. Okay, man. Well, you want to play yourself. People gonna go check you out and see what you got on your page, and if there's nothing there, they're gonna see that and know what it is. But in any case, big up to this guy. I appreciate what he said. That was a real moment of retrospection, and that's what people need to do. If you want to get better results on your gas prices, on your health care, you want to get that job back. Any of those things that you lost with Trump coming in, want inflation to go down, then you might want to do some introspection, because voting for Trump was the worst thing you could ever fucking do. Because, and if you're pretending like you do support Trump, you're probably not an American, because this guy is a MAGA supporter. He's got, see, what I like about this guy too is that he showed his face. He came out there, he did a video. He's a man. He's a guy I can respect. He's a guy, that's a guy like me. I just admit when I'm wrong. I don't give a shit. Fuck it. Nobody's perfect. You can make mistakes, political mistakes. It happens sometimes. But the worst thing you could do is make a political mistake like Trump and stay there no matter what. You people that stay there no matter what, man, you need some education. You need some education.
2024, shit, even 2016, before I could vote, I was all for Trump. I was all for MAGA. I believed he was going to make America great again. I believed he was going to drain the swamp. I thought he was going to be different. He wasn't a career politician. And boy, was I wrong. My views didn't change. They still remain the same. I did fall for the deception, though, because I can't in good conscience support someone who's responsible for a pointless war where thousands of innocent lives are dying every single day. I can't support someone who mocked Christ on Easter. I sure as hell can't support someone who calls the people who want transparency on one of the most heinous and insidious acts in human history, the Epstein files, calls them liars and lunatics. He's probably a part of it himself. Can't support that. When it comes to politics, it's hard to even align myself with one of the parties because they're both being controlled by the same puppeteers at the top. So I was wrong. Not proud of it. Man enough to say it.
I mean, truly a shocking turn of events, and we're going to keep you posted every step of the way.
So he actually said that both parties are controlled by puppeteers at the top. So let me know. Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if both parties are controlled at the top. For whatever that means. That's kind of vague. If you ask me, it's kind of vague being controlled from the top. I think it's better to just be very specific. That way people can know more about what you really mean when you say that, the top. What is the top? What's the top? Is it the billionaires? Is that what you mean? Like, I want to be specific because, because this motherfucking thing right now with Trump is definitely billionaires, right? But is it billionaires? Is it the same billionaires? What kind of billionaires are they? Are they just one type? Is it only one type of billionaire group, or do they switch? do all billionaire types agree, or do they disagree on some policy issues? That kind of thing. This is what I'm wondering. And of course, somebody said APAC, but there's a lot of lobby groups. APAC is probably one of the smallest. So there have to be more to this cookie. You see what I mean? And let's not just blame it all on the Zionists and the Jews. Okay, let's broaden it. Let's broaden it beyond the Jews and Israel. Let's pretend for a second there's some Americans that have some say in the election and are billionaires and have more money. Who would they be? Who would those be? What would their names be? Who would the billionaires be that are from the United States and maybe aren't Jews and have a lot of money too? You know what I'm saying? Let's just, I'm curious about that. But in any case, are they both controlled by the same? Yeah, likely to some degree, yes. To some degree, yes. Because billionaires have way more access to control over U.S. politics than in other Western countries. That's why there's that commonality of no health care really, or poor health care coverage. People not being at 40 million Americans not having it, probably more. Think about education. You know what I'm saying? People having student debt for their entire lives, damn near, adult lives. I mean, there seems to be a common denominator with the laws about how much you can actually lobby actual politicians, how much money the politicians can actually take in different countries. The U.S., it's basically unlimited. Other Western countries they're more conservative with that. You know what I mean? Because they see the danger in it. And to a lot of people, sovereignty comes down to the thing about making sure that the laws don't allow people to slip through the cracks and buy off your government, buy off your policy. So really, it's about the money. You got to watch the money and follow the money and limit the money in your politics. Your politics should not be dictated by the folks that make the most money. That's all. 1% should not have that much influence over 99%. You see what I'm saying? Like, that goes against democratic values. You see what I'm saying? So people should rationally be concerned about it. But in any case, let's continue. Let's go on. Oh, okay. Was that it?
Wait, but we should be studying what these tactics are, because clearly the Trump regime wasn't prepared for any of it.
Yeah, Trump ain't prepared for none of it, but fuck it. Let's move on. And there's some news about Candace Owens, which is really interesting. I like that news. I was really surprised to see it. And it just shows you that things are changing, right? Folks are not standing still. The politics are changing. The players are changing a little bit too. So
if Donald Trump thought he was going to get his former allies,
and Trump's people are just on his neck right now. And Candace is a little psycho, if you ask me. I mean, I'm just saying, having her on your ass is not a good idea, because she doesn't give up. Like, she just doesn't stop with it.
Like Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones, to stop calling him out and shut up and be quiet by calling them, quote, low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it. And everyone else knows it, too. Donald Trump was mistaken. While those kinds of attacks and threats might still work on members of Congress, it might have gotten members of the MAGA sphere to back down in the past. In another sign of just how politically weak he is and how much Trump's support with his own base has weakened, they have barely seemed to flinch. Here's how Alex Jones responded.
At the end of the day, I just feel sorry for him and pray that God touch his heart and soul and free him from the demonic influences that he's under. I mean, it's just that simple. This is a nightmare.
Now, when Alex Jones is the one...
He said demonic. So now... You see, this is that all that stuff that Alex Jones is that his name? Alex Jones, all that shit that he preaches. I almost forgot he uses that word demonic a whole lot. That's kind of his normal spiel, right? The thing about the Illuminati, then the demonic, the devil, Satan worshipers and shit like that. And now he's throwing that on Trump because he's, to him, that's the ultimate word to describe what's going on. That means it's deep for Alex Jones when he's calling this shit demonic, yo.
Praying for
that's the worst that you can get from Alex Jones, yo.
for you to be relieved of your demonic influences. That's next level. Then there's Candace Owens. Here's how she responded. Oh, she said it may be time to put grandpa in a home. That's Candace's comeback. Tucker Carlson seems to be trying to play as statesman in all this, and may have sensed that more and more of his followers might view drawing the ire of Trump as a badge of honor. He released his own version of a red hat that says low IQ. I want to bring in political analyst Molly Jong-Fast. She's a host of Fast Politics. She's a New York Times contributing opinion writer. Mark and Ian are still here. Now, again, I don't agree with any of those people on anything. No. They've done despicable things in the political arena. But we are here with Trump as our president because of them. And they are now breaking with him and seeming to revel in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. And these are the people who are most responsible for making Donald Trump the nominee in 2016, which I think is really ironic, right? People like Tucker Carlson, who was sort of traditional MAGA, and people like Alex Jones, who was fringe MAGA at that time. And I think that's worth remembering. And here's what I would say.
They are totally responsible for Trump being president. Not totally, but in large, in terms of podcasters, like they had a lot of followers and they really helped amp up that base, and they helped give that base kind of like the thumbs up, so people felt like it's okay to do that, since they talked about it, especially Candace Owens, because people will always say, aha, Candace Owens is black, so that means I'm not a bigot. That's pretty much how people interpreted her. And then she kind of also at the same time in the opposite direction was able to get some black, quote unquote, African Americans on her side. But it's sad stuff, because look at what it's created. Candace Owens, she thought she was supporting something positive, and she was saying that it's not just racist. It's not this kind of thing. Yo, they opened up a can of worms. And just through being stupid. One of the things that I hate is the idea when we start talking about black people or Africans, and we start needing to highlight where you're from, what your ancestry is. Now, I myself, of course, I think that all quote unquote black people aren't the same. There's many different ethnicities of quote unquote black folk, right? Different nationalities, different ethnicities, different histories too, right? But the thing about it is that there's a lot of shared history also. And so if you're African American and you know the history of Africans coming to America, the whole history, not just, well, maybe not whole, but the larger part of the history, right? The dynamic of being brought, on, as slaves on boats, as prisoners, and to be slaves in America. If you know that history and you know how that worked, just that history, if you know how that one worked, then you know that you're likely related to many of these people in other American countries. If you don't know that, you're stupid. Because that's exactly what happened. They dropped one of you off somewhere. They were selling you around and selling you from country to country too, back and forth. Don't you know Denmark Vesey? He comes from another country to the Carolinas. He had already been sold twice and gone to 2 different Caribbean islands before he came to the United States of America. So he is related to people there and here in America, and his offspring are in the United States of America too. They're in South America, they're in Caribbean America, they're in North America, his offspring and his relatives. So, but we don't say Denmark Vesey is not African American. We don't separate his history from ours. But yet and you would be foolish to, because of course, it wasn't just him. Many African Americans were somewhere else first, because the slave trade started somewhere else first in America. Straight up. If you don't know that. So A lot of people had already been in South America and in the Caribbean and then were sold to the colonies in the U.S. So it's kind of, and then the whole time there's been this dynamic happening, people coming, you know what I'm saying? You know, that period is not just a small little period of history. That's centuries. You see what I mean? And then all that time in centuries, people were being brought. And then also after, you know, Jim Crow and all of that. So I didn't like that Candace Owens tried to do this kind of xenophobic shit. I thought it was harmful to African Americans and also pointless and insulting to Americans. Because listen, you can't just be an African American from the United States and not give a damn, not have any respect for the fact that all of America has this history. As Americans, we share that history, and we need to, if we have any intelligence, we want to show how savvy we are in knowing and respecting that history. It's nothing different from how Nordic people, they understand they were at war with each other at one time, but they also have other connections that are positive, and they stand on those things. You know what I'm saying? There's connections, period. The other, many different groups. You see what I'm saying? So I just think Candace Owens is highly ignorant when it comes to those things, and in other ways, because obviously she didn't give a damn that Trump. How could you miss that Trump is a billionaire that doesn't give a fuck about working people at all? Period. How could you miss that, Candace Owens? Like, but here we are, Alex Jones. How could Alex Jones miss that? It's something with intelligence. It's lacking intelligence. I'm telling you, it's lacking intelligence. You could have all the access you want, but if you lack intelligence, you're going to come up with some strange ideas. Straight up. So
these people are having a come to Jesus moment.
They having a come to Jesus moment. Even Candace Owens, and they better. And I really hope that she stops that xenophobia. It's stupid. And also stop the misogyny. She's, you know, she fell for a whole lot of it. She's a woman, and she fell for the misogyny of controlling women's bodies. She fell for that. She, as a woman, doesn't even know why women are getting abortions. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't know at all. Has no care. She just thinks it's so simple, such an easy choice to make, and so therefore I should make that choice for you. That's Candace Owens. It's weird, man.
I do not think these people are having a come to Jesus moment. I do not think they are having a moment of conscience.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think, and
they're having a political conscience, but they're not having a conscience about their ideals. They haven't realized how stupid those ideals are.
I would cut out Tucker Carlson because I do believe he is genuinely anti-war. But I think these other people are reflecting the comments and the feeling
their audience.
Of
they're
audience.
Paying subscribers.
Exactly. And so they are trying to serve their audience.
Facts.
And that means
Facts.
that Donald Trump is in more trouble than we think.
Well, I mean, Ian, that's why it's a political story, right? I mean, the front runner for the Republican nomination in 2028 is Tucker Carlson, not Marco Rubio.
Wow. Okay, so they actually have this guy from, what is it, Democracy? What's his organization again? Democracy. Damn, I always peep this organization here. What is it called again? Democracy Docket. Right, Democracy Docket. Let me see what he has to say here. Let's go. Chris Hayes, right?
Yeah, you know, I look at this and I think, you know,
okay, this is not
Donald Trump.
Chris Hayes is the one to the left, the guy to the left of this one talking. So
understand the world he came from, right? Which is New York in the 1980s, and there were sort of three dominant influences on him. One was real estate, one was the mafia, and one was WWF. And if you understand that, you kind of understand everything about him, right? Because real estate is why he sees everything as about a land acquisition. It's why he talks about Greenland and the Panama Canal and Venezuela, you know, and the mafia is how he sees everything through the lens of how do I intimidate people to be loyal to me? And the WWF was all about sort of one time someone's my ally and friend, and then, oh my God, it's theater, I'm turning on them. And, you know, I look at the fights between Alex Jones and Candace Owens and Donald Trump as basically like WrestleMania 1986. And the thing that, you know, and I was actually not a big wrestling fan, but I understood enough about it that at some point in time, the person who dominated those rings and those shows and got all the ratings got old. And the McMahons understood that after a while, Hulk Hogan was kind of no longer the thing that was going to get people to tune in. And I think what's happening now is Donald Trump is like yesterday's news for WrestleMania. And he's going to find out that the circus that put him there is going to want someone else because he just isn't able to command the same level of audience that he used to.
And Mark Elias, I think it's important that we sort of take the right lessons from this, right? I mean, one, it is, as Molly said, not about certain people coming to Jesus, aligning themselves with our warnings for our democracy about Donald Trump. No. Again, let me say that again. That is not why they are newsworthy. Mm-hmm. They're newsworthy because they represent where Alex Jones, Megyn Kelly, and Tucker Carlson, who are all business people, see their followers going, where they will continue to pay to go to live events, to go to conferences, to subscribe to podcasts, to pay for speaking engagements, where they think the energy
tune into the WrestleMania.
Exactly. But I think the other piece of it is where MAGA has been successful is in co-opting the culture around the political movement to keep the wrestling thing going. And I think I've started to notice that Democrats seem to be at least aware or cognizant of the importance of keeping an eye not just on people, but on culture. I think the Springsteen concert is really important. I think athletes feeling like there's a permission structure to speak out as they did at the Olympics, as a lot of NBA players did. WNBA players and coaches have been strong through every chapter of our politics. But I wonder what you think the lessons are in this breakup, other than sort of eating popcorn and reveling in its gory nature.
Yeah, I think it's two things. I think, first of all, you pick three people who are the perfect, weather vane of the grifting right wing. So, like, you're right. They are looking where they can turn based on where their audience wants them to go, where the next dollar is to be found, where they can, where they can sell snake oil and lies to the people who follow them. So I think that's part of it. The second is, and since we're
that's voters got to be so. See, this is what I mean by like learn from what you already did. If there's enough to learn from, and there's enough mistakes. And people shouldn't be afraid of saying they made mistakes, because knowing the mistakes only refines you. If you haven't discovered any mistakes from this point on, this time since the election, then and the person that you voted for, either became Trump or somebody else that didn't get elected. You know what I mean? Like Kamala Harris or any, you see what I mean? There should be enough errors to go around. And so I'm curious, put a 1 in the chat if you think any of the parties learned something from who they voted for. I'm talking about just the people that voted, that had strong turnout. I don't mean, if you didn't vote, it doesn't matter. But I'm talking about parties that have some sort of effect. So that would be out of independence. If you see yourself as an independent, do you think there was something you learned that as an independent, I'm talking about something you could point the finger at yourself for and say that you learned that makes you stronger this time around? Same thing for Democrats and Republicans. Like, did you learn anything that Democrats didn't do right? Only if you're a Democrat. If you're independent, only if you're independent. If you're a Republican, if you voted for a Republican or Trump, did you learn anything from this experience that the Republicans did wrong? That is what, I really kind of look for, because I think overall there's enough to go around in the electoral cycle, in the cycle. And even if you, let's say the Republicans, I don't think they've released anything because they see themselves as victors. So they didn't learn from anything. At least they didn't mention it. The Democrats leaked some of their findings, right? Some of their party findings, where they said there was multiple things that they, that had a net negative or no positive, a zero positive effect for them, right? Something like that. I don't know how many things. It was multiple things though, according to how they wrote it, right? But independents, you don't hear a lot from independents. Maybe they're not organized enough to be able to issue a report or to do the data on independents. You see what I mean? And release them to the public. But I'm curious about that because, I think there should be enough to go around. So far, I've only heard the Democrats say that they made some mistakes. Haven't heard any independents publish any work saying they made mistakes. Haven't heard any Republicans publish any work saying they made mistakes. So to me, that tells me a lot about where this is going to go. It shows me that Democrats are more, how can I say, flexible maybe than other groups. You see what I'm saying? That's what it tells me overall. I don't know, but to me, flexible could be bad or good. See, flexible could be bad. You see, especially when others aren't flexible. You see what I mean? Flexible is definitely going to be bad for Democrats if no one else is. You see what I'm saying? And but it's going to be curious. It's going to be curious. I hope voters way before the elections, I hope voters get their word out to their parties, and not even just their parties, but get their word out to all the parties about what they want. Because I think there's enough that the United States citizens don't have that they can demand from all the parties, demand that all the parties agree with certain things. Yeah, you see what I mean? Especially healthcare and education. To me, it seems like if you don't agree on those things, it seems like there's no progress coming to the United States. I mean, that's how I look at it, right? Because people are already very divided. They need some unifying things. People are very, very partisan. People are very, very divided, and people are very, very dissatisfied. But outside of their own personal dissatisfaction, they don't get a lot from their taxes in the U.S. So to me, I just think it should be, yeah. That's what I think.
We're giving credit.
I think they should find some unifying voices too.
To, despicable right-wing figures. I mean, let me shout out Andrew Breitbart, who said that, culture is downstream, that politics is downstream of culture. And he was entirely right about that. And, I sometimes talk to recording artists or actors or people who are, very famous on the left. And I tell them that, the right wants you to think you are a liability. They want you to think that, coming out because they don't want you to be effective. But the fact is, politics is downstream from culture, and these large cultural figures who have a lot of cachet do lend both a sort of quasi endorsement, but even more importantly, they lend a cool to it all. I mean, when Bruce Springsteen is talking about these things, it is not just the words he is saying, but it is the fact that an iconic music legend is talking about these issues, and he is just an iconic music legend. And so I think that we make a mistake when we cede culture to the right and think that left-wing, or left of center cultural icons, are better off, not speaking out. I think every athlete should speak out. I think every recording artist should speak out. I think every actor should speak out and do their part for standing up.
Yeah, that's true. And there's a lot of entertainers that don't
democracy, because we're going to need all of them when we.
Yeah, there's a lot of entertainers that don't believe they should get involved in politics. And I think that's also like very, very sad. When you look at the music, I mean, with certain groups, they do get involved. With other groups, I think a lot of hip hoppers do not get involved themselves at all in politics, which I think is shameful, given the fact that, a lot of history, American history, people struggled just to have certain rights that other people had and they were denied. So I think it's kind of strange. But in any case, on to something else. I wanted to see, it was something about Trump responding to actually reporters asking him about the Epstein. Asking him about Iran.
To head for Florida. Let's listen.
We win. We've totally defeated that country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't.
So he said they totally defeated Iran. This is what Trump is talking. At the same time, they running these goddamn AI AI commercials and shit.
That's a failing grade.
This shit.
You ain't nothing but a fraud. Yo, call him what he is. Liar.
Man.
Yeah. Hey, loser, come closer.
They called him a loser, and this is what Trump is saying.
Florida, let's listen.
We win. We've totally defeated that country.
They totally defeated him, and they out here calling him a goddamn loser. I mean, what kind of bullshit is this? It's crazy, man.
Billionaire, your whole empire opposer. You step down, another liar takes the crown. The whole system is a circus. You're just a clown. You drop fake news, sitting high in your tower, morally bankrupt. Just drunk on the power. You're fired. Played your last trump card. No more aces, boy. You're discarded. Look in the mirror. Tell me
This is embarrassing.
Big ego crushed. Fake reality. We covered in stone.
It's crazy. Fake ego crush covered in reality. And this is what it looks like.
Fox News alert, President Trump is getting ready to leave the White House to head for Florida. Let's listen.
We win.
Fake ego crushed.
We've totally defeated that country.
He doesn't even look like he believes it. That's what's so embarrassing. He doesn't look like he believes it. I mean,
News alert, President Trump is getting ready to leave the White House to head for Florida. Let's listen.
We win. We've totally defeated that country. And so let's see what happens. Maybe they make a deal, maybe they don't. Doesn't matter. From the standpoint of America, we win. One other thing that's happening is that boats are sailing up and heading out to our country. Big, beautiful tankers, and we're loading them up with oil and gas and everything else, and it's a pretty beautiful thing to see.
What about Iran's assets in other countries?
We're going to see what happens. We're in very deep negotiations with Iran. We win regardless. We've defeated them militarily. They've dropped a couple of water mines, you call them water mines, in the boat. We've defeated all of their water boats, too. Their Navy has gone 158 ships. They have 28 water droppers, mine droppers, they call them. All of them are sunk. They probably have a couple of mines in the water. We have minesweepers out there. We're sweeping
Here's how SEMrush nearly...
In addition to that, we're negotiating whether we make a deal or not.
Tripled AI visibility in 1 month using its own tools. Just weeks after launching our AI visibility toolkit, we tested ChatGPT.
Their credibility is down to 13%. The media credibility down to 13%. Think of it. We defeated their Navy. We defeated their Air Force. We defeated their...
Karina, what's up? This is crazy. I mean, this is crazy. This guy is acting like he's not hearing what's being said in the news. I mean, they're like, deal's off. Iran already called the deal off. And this dude is at, oh my God. And then there's apparently JD Vance in where? Pakistan. That didn't go good. Right. Apparently, he didn't hear about this.
Apparently no deal. That's your headlines. Let me show you guys what's going on. I'm talking about the Middle East here.
Yeah, there's no deal. There's no deal, y'all. There's no deal.
US and Iran have not reached agreement. And that's from JD Vance. That's just a few minutes ago. And I want to give you an update of what's going on from the Middle East. We'll go over what Vance said and also check on Trump. If you're curious, Trump is off to, this is actually from Fox News, off to a UFC fight in Miami, UFC 327. Okay. Trump waves at the camera. This is then Trump at with Dana White at the UFC 327 Miami entrance or whatever. You can see it right there. And the thing why I mention this stuff is because it's notable. He got booed, I guess. So this is one of his buddies here, Eric Doherty. He tweets out a bunch of Trump stuff.
Yeah, this is Chris Norland. This is crazy. He got booed at the what is it called? Thank God I can't even remember what it's called. The UFC. Yeah, I haven't watched this crap in such a long time, and you know why I stopped watching UFC? It's because Dana White was pushing this right-wing bullshit. And once I figured that out, I was like, fuck this, man. I'm not paying your ass. I'm not giving you any props. Like, are you out of your mind, man? You turn UFC into some hateful shit. Like, it's supposed to be something respectful. Martial arts is supposed to be not personal. You see what I mean? It's supposed to bring out the best in people. And this dude is using it to spread hate. I'm like, man, fuck you, guy, man. That's not martial arts. I don't get down with that one. Not that one.
Right. Saying he loves Trump.
I never heard of that kind of martial arts.
And I was checking all over, and it looks
like for real, Eric. You know what I mean? Like that's a weird one right there. It's not teaching common humanity. This one or respect for people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a lot. Yeah,
like what they did. It says they turned the music all the way up to hide the boos. You can still hear them. So basically, Trump's losing his base or lost his base, and where exact the percentages are is anyone's guess, but I'll just say this. Check out my last video. Trump's own people are trolling him now, like his strongest supporters, because he attacked like all of his base here, and he's got no one left, I guess, except Dana White. And then from Trump's point of view, he's like, you know what?
Yo, Karina, I saw that. Karina says, I just watched a YouTube video explaining the complications of the mines in the water of the straits. Yeah, and this is what is ridiculous. Trump doesn't seem to understand what is happening there. The Straits of Hormuz, there's a passage that is very, very small. It's still big and not that big. Not if you want to deal with shipping, and also safe lanes, right? When it gets small in that little edge, the V edge, that it reaches, it starts getting small there. And that means they can pretty much make it even more narrower, because of mines. And on top of that, then you're in proximity to their missile and their drone attacks. So you're not the mathematical likeliness of you being able to secure that are very slim to begin with. That's just what Trump doesn't get, and he keeps trying to scratch his head over it and go around it. But that's what Obama understood, and it needs to be said, and it's not special because Obama listened to the generals. Duh. Trump fucking doesn't. Everyone understands what that The only person that doesn't understand that is Trump. Apparently no one explained it to him. He's a serious jackass. And if they explained it to him and he didn't listen, then he's still a serious jackass. But everyone else with a brain knows that. So why would you go about it this way? He's talking about sending the ship back down there. They're going back and forth, but they're not going to be able to get into that part. That's stupid, And yeah, it just makes no sense at all what Trump is doing. There is no... If you believe this is the right strategy, you are a complete goddamn idiot. Period. Forget Trump. It doesn't have to even have anything to do with a vote or a political party. Let's just look at what the Straits of Hormuz is. Let's just look at it for what it is. That's all. Just look at it mathematically. Don't look at it politically. Look at it mathematically on a map. See what it looks like in reality. Get to know it, right? Get to know how it looks, and and then take it from there. Look at it, just look at it and say, forget if the U.S. could take over. Don't ask that question. Can the U.S. military take it over? Forget that question. That's an interesting question, but it's not the only question that can be posed. That's the thing about it. The question should just be posed generally to anybody. Right? Anybody. You can just ask this question. You see how when it gets to that little tip, that's the smallest part of it. And so it's easier to even secure with mines. You don't have to secure the whole thing with mines. They don't even want to. But there's enough. So that's a very tight entryway. And so by air, by sea, and, they can pretty much rocket launchers, and drones and mines, and then see whatever else special little small ships they have that they will definitely activate, right, if necessary. That is an easy place to control. And it's not about whether it's the U.S. military that can control it. That's not really the only question people should ask. Just ask yourself, can anybody do that? Can anyone have success there? That's a better question, So in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if anyone can have success there. And put a 2 if pretty much nobody can. Because that's how I see it. I don't think nobody can, to be honest. And I don't even think it's fair to even want the U.S. military to go on that. That's ridiculous. Pretty much nobody can. Not from the outside. It's just not meant to have it that way. You're going to have to get rid of all Iranians to accomplish it, and that just ain't going to happen. Come on, like, be reasonable. Don't look at it as a political thing. Look at it as a math issue. It's just a simple issue of math. Rockets. How far can these rockets go? How far can these drones fly? How many mines are down there in the water? How many boats can they get out there? Come on. It's just, the math is totally against you. It's like nature. Certain things just can't really, you can't really get around. Certain things you can't really get around. And it doesn't matter what your political opinion about it is. It's just that way. So I don't know why Trump doesn't see that. It's not personal. It's just you're likely not going to be able to accomplish that. And it doesn't mean you're not great. You're still great. You just ain't. you just don't have super abilities. That's all.
I'm going to promote my UFC Freedom 250 fight. This is what he's tweeting out today. This is from Trump. You can see it here. It says, Trump, just a couple hours ago, this big fight. You got your sponsors out there, and that's what we're talking about. So regarding J.D. Vance, let's listen to the full statement of why we don't have a deal. Okay, I want to hear this.
Well, good morning, everybody. And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all,
and I want to mention too is that's Kushner, that's Witkoff, and I still haven't got a full list of who was in the U.S. delegation. So I think it's, at least from what I can tell, those three and a bunch of security people. Let's see what else they got.
To the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been
and actually, I just want to add in, I've been hearing that from just pretty much everyone, all reporters, both sides, both Iran and USA, everyone's saying thank you to Pakistan. So I think the only winner here is Pakistan at the moment. Let's see what else Vance has to say.
At it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more.
This is a fair question to ask. I saw Eric. Eric said, why was J.D. Vance supporting Viktor Orban? Yeah, and if he's supporting Viktor Orban, why don't he support Iran? Right? He supports Putin. He supports Viktor Orban. Why isn't he supporting Iran then? Because that's their alliance. What the fuck? I mean, why is he going against the alliance that he's already a part of? He's for Putin, he's for Viktor Orban, and then he goes to Iran and is like, nah, but I'm not for them. Okay, well, what do you think? I mean, you think Russia won't kill civilians, won't hurt civilians? You think, come on, what do you think this is about, J.D. Vance? And obviously it's because they're Muslim. That's pretty much what J.D. Vance, what Viktor Orban is all about. It's about, let's focus on the Muslims and that we can't have equality. Like, people don't all want the same things. Like, let's have a culture war. Viktor Orban is culture war guy. He's not, can we work together on all the multitude of things that affect us all? That's not Viktor Orban. And that's not J.D. Vance either. And also, that's not Putin, to be honest, not inside Russia. So J.D. Vance, it's just because they're Muslim, but ideologically he shares a lot in common with Iran. I mean, to be honest, according to his own, if you look at the critique, you see what I mean? Like, he's for using violence against civilians, sadly enough. And he's also like got this thing at home where he wants to challenge certain rights, females' rights to abortion. Right? Doesn't that make him? Can you get an abortion in Iran? Anybody know? Are abortions legal in Iran? Or you see what I mean? So, to be honest, they have a lot in common with the right wing. The only difference is that maybe they worship a different god and wear some different uniforms and shit. I mean, seriously, I'm serious. I'm serious, man. So why is he like now? If he's for Putin and he's for Viktor Orban, hasn't he picked up the news and heard that Putin is for Iran? Hasn't he heard that news? Like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
More than it's bad news for
he hasn't heard that they're making money off oil too.
United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could. And they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Wow. So he basically, Vance just comes out after 21 hours, no deal. You guys heard it right there. They're trying to paint it as somewhat of a victory for USA. I mean, I wouldn't, like, trying to make it sound like it's worse for them than for us, but there's no deal. And then, Iran's obviously going to come out and make a statement. I haven't seen Iran's statement yet on this. I'll let you guys know when I see it. But that was, that's a pretty short statement. And now we're taking questions, I guess. Okay, let's see what we got.
Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely what have they rejected here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core.
Okay, so the question was, what were some sticking points? And he's like, I'm not going to say. So what we've been hearing, though, are you going to, unsanction Iran? You're going to release some Iranian assets? What's going on with the Hormuz? Are you going to open it up or not? Iran's like, yo, we needed a toll. Are you going to pay us, for the war that you caused?
Liar.
And then the way that the U.S. is going to try to say it, at least in Iran, from Vance's perspective, is like, oh, these people are dangerous. They're going for nuclear weapons and blah, 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 right? Which is all, well, I'll just say it's been reported to be nonsense. I'll leave it at that. And the key thing we've been hearing before is like Iran was not an imminent threat. And also, if I had to make a bet, and this is what everyone keeps talking about, is like, are you just going to try to go back to the original Obama deal that you pulled out of? So let's see what Vance has.
That is it right there. The original Obama deal. Come on. What is, and this is so embarrassing because how much money do you have to spend to just get back to that? And listen, the Iranians, they're going to rub it in Donald Trump's face. They're going to make him. Think about this, y'all. How many times did Trump call Obama Hussein? Barack Hussein Obama, right? That he emphasized this Hussein over and over and over again. He kept going at that. So what that pretty much tells me is that they're going for that. Like, not only, listen, yo, he is going to get less than Obama, if anything at all. Why? Because if you want to win in this information thing, right? If you want to win the moral thing, then you have to tap into the sentiment of some of the population and the world. The world was cool. They recognized that was a success for Obama. Not just Obama, but the Western world. They realized that, like, wow, we got what we want. We get to have inspections every goddamn day. Every day. What else do you want? And that's how you can make sure they don't make a nuclear bomb, is through inspections. Now you don't have it. Not only do you not have it, but you haven't had it since Trump ripped up the deal. So it's Trump that made the world unsafe. He made the world unsafe. But now he's throwing it back on them, saying he wants a similar deal. But they're not going to do it because they know that Trump is going to accept anything. He's already made a fool out of himself on the global stage. Him and Netanyahu have isolated themselves from, the other Western allies. The U.S. has no leverage here. The U.S. has zero leverage. Yeah, Viktor Orban lost, y'all. Viktor Orban lost. Look, let's go over to that. I mean, I have that ready, but I wanted to let's go over to that. Viktor Orban lost. And JD Vance, he's over here talking this shit to Pakistan. Well, he lost in Pakistan too. You know what I'm saying? Like, J.D. Vance tried to hype up Viktor Orban, and his bad luck spread to Viktor Orban like it does everybody, and Viktor Orban lost.
Say though,
but let's hear the rest of J.D. Vance's bullshit first.
The stuff.
So let's see here. Oh shit! Here we go. Yeah, let's hear the rest of J.D. Vance's bullshit and see, you know, if it has anything special to it this time, which I doubt. I doubt it.
Goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a
but from their own language,
so they said the nuclear facilities were destroyed, right? So even they say the nuclear facilities are destroyed. So what else do they want? You know, so they can't use that and say that, I mean, it's just weird. What is the point now? So if it's been destroyed, why don't you, what is this all about? What it's about is that Trump wants to get the deal back that he had earlier. And now Iran knows that since you bombed us, and they also know you can't reward it. Listen, unless you want to get bombed some more, you invite. You don't invite being bombed. So that means that if you bombed us, you have to pay a price. That's what they're going for. They're pissed off now, and the U.S. has lost leverage. Israel has lost leverage. So they have this leverage now. You see what I mean? And the rest of the world understands it. So basically, there's nothing, Iran is in charge here. There's nothing Trump can do to make anything better. The only thing he can do is to be nice and ask them, please, can we make some sort of deal? If not, I think it's over for Trump. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is where Trump dies politically. He dies on this hill, and that's sad because he's done enough fucked up things to American citizens to where the U.S. government should have had a hill for Trump to die on. But you could see the Supreme Court, the Republican Party, they're not having it. They don't care what Trump does inside of the U.S. They don't care. They're not going to do anything about him. They're going to let him continue and continue and continue. But to be honest, it looks to me like Iran is more of a friend of the American people. At least they're in tune to the American people's sentiment right now, to where it seems like it's an olive branch. They're not attacking American people. They're attacking Trump. They're attacking Trump personally. You see, they're saying you ain't shit. You're an Epstein file dude. You're a fraud. You're a phony. You got secrets. They're really going after him personally. And in going after him, they're going after the corruption in the country. What can you do about it? It's not much you can do about that. That's kind of like a good thing to do. Everyone's going to celebrate that, Everyone wants you going after the corruption. Everyone in the U.S. wants somebody going after the corruption. If Congress isn't going after the corruption, if the Senate is not going after the corruption, if the Supreme Court is not going after the corruption, then the American people have no other choice. They have nowhere else to go. They got nowhere else to go to get any sort of satisfaction, any sort of reciprocity. That's crazy. That is crazy. And any time where Iran, don't get me wrong, I don't want to belittle them by making it seem like they should be the inherent boogeyman forever. They shouldn't be, because that's also bullshit. But for as much as we criticize Iran, as the U.S. politics criticizes Iran, you would think that we wouldn't be making them look good. But actually, we're making them look good. Trump is making them look I'm serious. He's making them look like they have some intelligence, like they have some understanding, like they're not sitting in a hole in the middle of nowhere, just crawled under a rock, not paying attention to the rest of the world. No, they seem very in tune to what is going on. In any case, this is Viktor
For
Orban's
16
fate.
years he's been in the top job. Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban has been accused of dismantling the country's democracy, restricting the rights of the LGBTQ population, as well as muzzling the free press, interfering with the country's independent judiciary. As a result, the EU has withheld billions of dollars from Hungary, and that's had a massive effect on the economy. But Viktor Orban has earned some very high-profile supporters, including US President Donald Trump, Russia's President Vladimir Putin. But his popularity domestically is decreasing, and for the first time he has a legitimate challenger ahead of the next election. His name is Peter Magyar. Now, the interesting thing about Mr. Magyar is that he's a former Orban ally. He comes from his party, and as a result of that, he is treated with some suspicion. Some people think that he's really only motivated by revenge and will be just more of the same. But he is promising to bring Hungary back into the European.
Okay, he's out, but hold on 2 seconds now. Let me just cue this back up. Sorry about that. I got the wrong one because it's over now. That was earlier when I was setting the videos up. But it's actually over now, and he actually officially lost. So let's hear some of this.
All right, Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban has conceded defeat in the country's election, ending 16 years of power. He has congratulated opposition leader Peter Magyar, whose party is on track to win a 2/3 majority in parliament. Nearly half of the votes have been counted. Hungary's election committee reported a record turnout. All right, we're going to go live on this breaking news to our correspondent, Step Vasin. She joins us now from Budapest. Step, obviously this is a huge result for the opposition. What are you seeing? What are you hearing where you are?
What an evening here for the people here in Hungary. It's all over for Viktor Orban after 16 years. They can barely believe it, but it's absolutely happening. It's
Facts,
a
yo.
landslide victory for...
Landslide victory. Yo, congratulations, though, to Europe, because this guy has really been, slowing down things. And, somebody mentioned something about Iran. Iran has, let me see. Renee, what's up, Renee? Renee says, and let's not forget Iran was allies with the United States in 1950-79. Yeah, exactly. And things change, and I think it's, it is time that people look at what Obama was trying to accomplish and take it serious. And I'm not saying don't do more or don't do even, or don't do better, but, let's be real. What Obama accomplished was actually great there. And this goes down a history of the United States issues. Look at the dynamic with Cuba. Why are we not following up with what Obama set up? We fucked that up. And now look at the price. What is the point? You know what I mean? We're not we're doing ourselves harm when we don't take positive leadership, have a positive leadership role. It's so terrible to see Trump after we had a president that negotiated something positive for Cuban people with the United States people. Trump went and ripped it up again. So it's just another example of Trump undoing a different direction, a different path. Well, if you're not willing to take a different path, it means you're not willing to look for solutions because the old paths haven't worked. The other paths haven't worked. So, in any case, big up to Europe on this one. At least Orban is gone and people are free in Hungary to chart a new path for themselves, actually, one free of Putin,
Peter Magyar, who only worked for like 2 years to reach this unbelievable result. He has now a very comfortable 2/3 majority projected for him to win, because this is very important. A 2/3 majority in Parliament is important to change the constitution, which was so well crafted and changed by Viktor Orban in the last 16 years to get more control.
Exactly. So Viktor Orban was a dictator, and he was changing the constitution to keep power, to consolidate more power. And essentially, it affected the press. It affected how people even get elected in Hungary. I mean, the dude, you literally had to have 2/3 of the population vote for change. Otherwise, it wouldn't even count. Like the minority actually you can still keep power there. That is very, very different. So, yeah, it's crazy. I'm happy for them.
The state institutions, over the democratic institutions, to control the media. So this is all that Peter Major can change, and his party can change when he gets his seats in parliament. And this is also very telling for populists around the world, that a populist leader who has used the propaganda machine of the state, who has silenced the media, can still be beaten. And this is something that this party and this leader, Peter Major, has basically managed to show. So this is also a result that will not go down well in Washington. The endorsement by US President Donald Trump didn't help Orban. The visit last minute.
There you have it. That's the main part of it right there.
So this is also a result that will not go down well in Washington. The endorsement by US President Donald Trump did.
He is another failure. Trump is and JD Vance, they're failures. They're complete utter failures. And it's sad that we still have Trump and Vance as leaders in the United States of America. But anybody in this cabinet is just as bad, because they're all sycophants and they've all sold out to money and greed and, foreign influence. So it is it's so sad. But I think the only thing that's going to change this dynamic is like impeachment for all of them. Impeachment for all of them. Anything short of that is just a stalemate. It's just you won't be able to fix stuff because you won't have cooperation, and you will have still these privatized individuals all up inside of the government with the hooks inside of it. Like Elon Musk has his hooks in the U.S. government now. Peter Thiel has his hooks in the U.S. government now, and others getting, it's pathetic. It's the height of corruption. If the United States dies, it's because of the levels of corruption. Like they just failed to stamp out corruption. And again, Iran knows that, and everyone else knows it too. You think it wasn't corruption that had Trump trying to attack Greenland? No, it was. They wanted the minerals. That's it. You know what I mean? You think it wasn't corruption that had Trump siding against Ukraine? Yes, it was corruption that had Trump siding against Ukraine. He wants the minerals. That's it. He wants something for himself. Otherwise, he's not going to stand up to Putin, period. He wanted something for himself. And if they didn't pay him, and they were even willing to do it, but Putin was like, nope, I'm going to use that. Thanks for telling me. Now I'm going to get that too. And that's exactly what they attempted to do. You see, so this shit is all fucked up, man. It's yeah. Anyway, out with Viktor Orban. That's a great thing.
The last-minute visit by J.D. Vance here to Budapest last week didn't help Orban. Netanyahu has issued his support, didn't help. The far-right leaders from Europe were all gathering here in Budapest in the last couple of weeks. It all didn't help. The people here have decided something completely different. They want to be closer to Brussels, something that Viktor Orban has really managed to destroy, basically, in the last couple of years. The relationship has been very bad. He is blocking money for Ukraine, for weapons for Ukraine. So Peter Major has already announced he wants to have a better relationship, to get the money back that Brussels has been blocking for Hungary, to improve the economy and to fight corruption. But it all has to be seen, because Major, from the other hand, is coming from the Fidesz party from Orban. He was a loyalist for many, many years. So he has a lot of the same ideals and values as Viktor Orban. The only things that are really different is his relationship he wants with the European Union. So people...
Yeah, that's interesting. But listen, Friars, I see Friars, he's in the chat. Listen, you can say that the party is Hungary. Friars wrote, Hungary still centrist right and LGBT and anti-woke and anti-immigration. Yeah, you could say that, but listen, the EU has its own laws on that. I hope you know that. So moving closer, him wanting to move closer to the EU is basically part of that too. It's not just about Putin. Now I can see why people will say that, because that was a big part of it, right? But you're not going to get closer to the EU without adhering to some laws. And that's exactly what had the UK stepping out of there too, because certain laws, you have to come into some kind of compliance. And there's a lot of governments that want to go right wing, and that's why you had Brexit. You see what I'm saying? So you have this dynamic. If you want to move closer into the EU umbrella, you will have to adhere to some EU laws, my friend. And people need to understand what the EU laws are. And that means you're going to have to come into some compliance about civil and human rights. Like, that's what it is. And not just that, also workers' rights. Yeah, workers' rights. Now, to what degree there might be some flexibility in there, because all EU countries aren't unilaterally the exact same. They all don't have the same economies and things like that. But look, being part of the EU can change a lot of that, the economy. You see what I mean? And it should progress workers' rights, and it should progress human and civil rights along with the economy. You see what I'm saying? But we'll see. We'll see. You gotta take your victories where you can get them. I mean, this is Hungary, and it is in a it has its own specific kind of history. But it is somewhat of an achievement to stay in the EU and be able to come closer to the EU. I think so, especially in terms of civil rights. But yeah, man, I hear you. You could also look at it like this too. In some way, who knows if you would be able to win an election if you were too different right now, just because Orban has been in power for how long? He's been in power a long time. So, yeah, I wonder how much, but let's take a closer look. Let me see here. It says that, it says the long dominant Fidesz party led by Viktor Orban was defeated by the newcomer Tiza party led by Peter Mayer. All right. The differences between the two parties are defined by their approach to the European Union, the rule of law, the Hungary's role in global geopolitics. OK, so that's three things, right? European Union, the rule of law, and Hungary's role in geopolitics. The winner was the Tiza party. So Respect and Freedom Party rose to power by positioning itself in a centrist alternative to Orban's 16-year rule, right? The leader, damn, that's 16 years? That's long enough to almost become permanent. After you have to deal with one person 16 years? Whew. Okay. The leader, Peter Mayer, is a former Fidesz insider who defected from the government. So, yeah. So that guy used to be part of that party. But how many parties are there really? Part of it is democracy building too. You see what I mean? That's part of civil rights also. So we'll see. Pro-European stance. Unlike Orban's party campaign on rebuilding trust with the Tiza party campaign on rebuilding trust with the EU and NATO. They aim to unlock billions in frozen EU funds by restoring judicial independence. Anti-corruption. A core pillar of the platform is dismantling the system of national cooperation, NER, which they describe as the network of state-sponsored corruption and oligarchy. Okay, but that's a big deal too, yeah. A lot of times these oligarchies are what's pushing this right-wing thing. You see what I mean? Now let's see here. Economic reform. They focus on repairing public services, healthcare, and education, and have pledged to bring Hungary into the Eurozone by 2030. Okay. But that's interesting. Healthcare and education. Sounds like the United States could learn a little something. Because that's not what the United States is trying to work on. They're not trying to work on healthcare, and they're not trying to work on education. But Hungary is. Interesting. J.D. Vance. Okay. Orbanism without Orban. While pro-EU, the party remains conservative. On sensitive issues like migration and certain aspects of sovereignty, they still maintain a Hungary-first approach to avoid being labeled as puppets of Brussels. Okay? That's interesting. Is that how people see puppets? That's such a negative way to see migration. If migration has a role in your country's economy, right? A positive effect in your country's economy or in your country's functioning, it's seen as a negative. Anyway, migration is something that can be used for good or it can be used for bad. But when you just see it as all bad, you might be fooling yourself. All right, let's see here. Especially when it comes to your economy. Now, let me see the loser, right? Viktor Orban. He's governed since 2010, supermajority. Okay, it's a loss in 2026 marks the end of what Orban called the illiberal state, sovereigntyism. Okay, his platform was built on defending Hungary from external influences, specifically the EU leadership in Brussels, George Soros, and the woke epidemic. So that's definitely a Putin spinning talking point. Yeah, the woke, huh? Okay. Intelligence is forbidden, is looked down upon. Foreign policy, maintain close ties with Russia, even after the invasion of Ukraine, and China often acting as a spoiler within the EU regarding sanctions or military aid. So you see, this is going to change like overnight. Probably, especially with the position on Ukraine. Right. Yeah. Exactly. That is probably going to change overnight. Right. So let me see. Military aid also. Okay. So social conservatism. We talking about Orban's party. They privatize family values and strict anti-immigration laws, often using these issues as the center of their campaign rhetoric. Control of institutions. Fidesz power was rooted in its deep influence over the media and judiciary and electoral system, gerrymandering, which Caesar eventually managed to overcome. Okay, so they had a lot of gerrymandering too. I mean, yeah, this is sad kind of politics. Okay, so the party who won is pro-EU and wants to join Europe. The party that lost is against that, was pro-Russian. Okay, the party that won is critical of Russia and more aligned with NATO. The party that lost blocked any aid package in the EU. So they always voted against the EU aid packages to Ukraine. So this is a big victory for Ukraine, essentially, too. Yeah, because it's not about the money coming from Hungary to Ukraine. It's about the fact that Orban, they're members, they're in the EU, and so they could vote against that aid package. I hope I got that right. I believe they can vote against it. They're the ones that have been holding up a lot of the aid money from the EU, in other words, right? From being released from Brussels. And now it's going to be released too. Now, also there's something about the Russian, the money, the assets, the Russian assets and how they're going to be used. I believe that's tied up into Orban losing or having power also. So now that he's gone, that's probably going to flip, corruption. Now, the party that won the main campaign focus is cleaning up corruption, right? And then Orban, he denied that there was any systemic corruption. Okay, the party that won pledges to restore judicial independence, and Viktor Orban's party centralized power under EU and Article 7 scrutiny. So the EU scrutinized Orban's seizure over power. The voter base. The party that won, urban youth, delusioned former voters for the other party. So that's the two groups that combined. People that were unhappy, disillusioned from Orban, but used to support it, and the urban youth, which are probably diverse, right? So those two groups kind of got together and overthrew Orban's party. So, I mean, it is what it is. You have to grow. And I would say, the United States should pay attention. People should pay attention. Even right wing, even centrist politics is pro healthcare and pro healthcare and pro education. So yeah, it's just something to learn from. This is definitely righter wing than the Democratic Party too. That's also something to look at. Americans, we criticize the Democratic Party a lot, but this one right here, the Democratic Party is more liberal than this party. except when it comes to probably healthcare and education. I don't know. I think it's a good idea to look at the details with that, because I think it's hard to really know all the information which you might want to know to make a decision if you just assume, right? But even though my feeling is that it is probably like that, like we're not so liberal in certain things in the U.S. as other countries are, and education and healthcare is one of those things, So, but let me see here. Let's go on from that. That was that. Now let's get to the fun part because, this shit. Oh, wait a second. There's one more thing. Pete Hegseth, Brian Taylor. Let's see here. Brian Taylor, Pete Hegseth just got overruled and shut down by a judge. And so it seems like maybe these Supreme Court judges might be feeling like the Trump party is finished, so they're less inclined to carry water. But who
Breakdown,
knows?
Glenn, it looks like Pete Hegseth has just gotten some bad news at the hands of a federal judge in court. Can you explain what just happened?
Yeah, Brian. So what happened was Pete Hegseth and the Department of Defense decided to revoke some of the Pentagon press passes, specifically for some New York Times reporters, because, Hegseth didn't like the way they were reporting what was going on in the war against Iran, the decisions that were being made by military leadership. And there was also some reporting that Hegseth really didn't like the unflattering photos some of the journalists were taking of him. So he pulled those Pentagon press passes, and the New York Times went to court and won a victory over Pete Hegseth and the Department of Defense, by extension, the Trump administration, saying it's unconstitutional to just summarily pull press passes and deny those reporters access to the reporting that lots of other reporters have access to.
Eric, no, Friars. I don't know. I see Friars wrote, nope, centrists oppose Medicare for all. No, they don't. Not in Hungary. I don't know if you're talking about in the U.S., but in Hungary, they don't. And in fact, they're building on it, and filling in some of the gaps. But both parties believe in healthcare. That's what I'm trying to say. Even the right-wing parties, right? You could say this party is centrist, and opposed to right-wing, either one. But either one in Hungary, they've all supported healthcare, for everybody. So, yeah. So, but this party is planning on making it work even better. But I don't know. Maybe you got some other information from somewhere else. But it seems like in the U.S., the liberals haven't come up with the healthcare system that even the right wing has in Western countries. That's crazy. I don't know.
By extension, it is denying access.
It shows you the difference in values
to the American people of reporting by, for example, the New York Times. So it was a resounding victory. And Judge Friedman, a federal district judge.
Yeah, Renee. Those two groups came together to oppose the urban kind of I guess the urban population is more not international but more diverse. And then the right wing folks that were tired of Orban basically got disillusioned with Orban's power grab and all of that. So those two groups, disillusioned Orban supporters, and then the urban folks kind of got together against it. And so it had to be like 2/3 though. From what I heard, I'm not sure, don't quote me, but I heard it had to be a significant majority, not just a simple majority. It actually had to be a significant majority to get Orban out, and they say this time it was 2/3. And I think it might have been 2/3 that had to, that they had to raise. That's a lot, and that's how much Viktor Orban has screwed around with the laws in Hungary. Like, you wouldn't just be able to get him out with a simple majority, That's crazy, right? And it's similar. The U.S., you can't win with a simple majority. So
in Washington, D.C., ordered that they rescind the new Pentagon press policy and basically put the old one back into place that doesn't violate the.
Speaking of Viktor Orban, this is the same exact shit that you're dealing with. Our government tried to do what Viktor Orban was trying to do, or did actually do with the media. Like seriously. You try to own the media.
That they rescind the new Pentagon press policy and basically put the old one back into place that doesn't violate the First Amendment, right of free press, right of its own viewpoint, which is a free speech protection. And so what did the Pentagon do? Instead of complying with Judge Friedman's order, they blatantly, even cavalierly violated it. And let me just read one short passage.
With healthcare, you said right wingers in Europe are more progressive than liberals in America. When you're dealing with healthcare and education, it seems like it. America is far right when it comes to healthcare and education. I hate to say that, but it is. I'm talking about what they have in place right now and what they have always had. They've always been far right. Liberals. Yeah. It's sad. It's sad. Housing also.
From the new.
Isn't that interesting? Even with housing.
Mm-hmm. New ruling from Judge Friedman in which he was pretty hacked off that the Pentagon and Pete Hegseth were cavalierly violating.
Fryer said, Eric, you're absolutely right. This is exactly what I was trying to tell him last time. No, you weren't trying to tell me. I'm the one that told you. I told you, actually, the right wing in most Western countries, they believe in universal health care and universal education. That's exactly what I told my audience. It's not personalized on my message crafted to you. It's to everybody. That's exactly what my message is. And this is just what you're finding out about Hungary also. And the reason why I said it last time is because Americans need to know. Okay. That's actually part of my platform. Right. So, people need to know that's a damn shame. But again, if you don't have platforms like mine talking about it, you're not going to shift minds. You're not going to create enough awareness in the United States among right wing or left wing or centrists to actually move the ball. You see, like pointing back and forth, trying to figure out who's more to blame with that. That's not going to move the ball. Moving the ball is when you inform everybody equally about what's going on. That's why I have my chat open. Everybody's welcome to the chat. Everybody can see the videos. And if you have a brain that's open-minded, you might get some of the message. You see what I mean? Like, although I'm a Democrat, stop making the mistake of thinking that somehow I make choices because I'm a Democrat. I don't. I'm not a typical Democrat. You won't find typical Democratic things coming out of my mind because I don't have the typical Democratic life. I got a different life. I live in a different country. I live in a country with universal health care, and I live in a country with universal education, and people deserve to know. That's why I'm telling them. Not only that, I tell them how it works into the tax system too. And I tell them that they've been told lies through legacy media. See, I don't see legacy media as being Democrat or Republican. I see it as being billionaire in the United States. And the legacy media doesn't do stories enough to inform the American people. And I told you this the other day, man. You're like, Friars, you actually disagreed with me until you ended up saying the exact same thing I already said in the beginning and the last time you hopped up, man. This is why I always say, learn. Everybody has something to learn. Don't just beat the same war drum. Don't do that. Be flexible. Everybody has an opportunity to learn things and adjust, but here's the thing. I said this the last time you hopped up, and this is where our disagreement was. I said, you have to teach people right and left. You said you can't teach the right anything. I said you were wrong. You can teach others. You just give them all the same opportunity. You may not move as many on one side as the other side, but if you just spit the facts and the information, you will move people from different sides. And you got to be willing to do the grassroots yourself. Pointing the finger is not doing the grassroots work. And what I mean by the grassroots work is not saying Republicans are good or Democrats are good or Democrats are bad or Republicans are bad or independents are better. That's not grassroots. Grassroots is informing people about the information they need to know to therefore make a different decision, make an informed decision. You see what I mean? And American people, all of y'all, left, right, and center, no matter who you are, independent, Democrat or not, you need to actually understand that everybody else in the Western countries has universal health care and education, and you need to get better at explaining how it works within the tax system so they can't keep hitting you with the simple lies. Because independents have had zero success in the United States of America with turning the curve on education or health care. They've had zero. Enough respect to Bernie Sanders, but we had this conversation before. A lot of people ain't listening to him. Period. They just don't listen to him. So more of us need to bring out these points, and more of us need to have this conversation, man. It's not just a conversation piece for Bernie Sanders, because he's not the only one that knows about this shit. I know about this shit too. It's not original. It's not original. You know what I'm saying? It's not original at all. You know what I'm saying? In fact, you need to push Bernie Sanders further down the. We all need to be pushing the dial on this shit. You know what I'm saying? But in any case, let's go. Let's get back to Viktor Orban. You see Pete Hegseth tried to shut down the news media, and that's some Viktor Orban shit. And the judges now have said, fuck you, Hegseth. We ain't going to allow it. The judges finally got some balls. You know, I don't know where from. They finally grew some kahunas and just said, fuck this. Maybe it was this video that did it for them. Who knows? They probably saw that video and was like, man, fuck Trump. All right, now on to the next one. Let's get to the fun part of this, because let me see. It's 2 hours. Now we get to the last portion of this shit. Melania. Yeah, Melania. I can't wait till they do a Melania video. Iran, if you're listening, add that to the list. I had a list earlier in this video about videos I would request from your information services. Please do a Melania video. Also, that you need to do a Peter Thiel video, a Elon Musk video, and a Melania Trump video. Thank you so much in advance. All right, so let's move on now to the funny part. And the funny part is going to be, right? The funny part is definitely going to be about Melania. Yes, and she had it coming a long time, out there capping to the world, trying to pretend like, can you believe she had the nerve to say she don't have no connection to Epstein? I mean, come on, man. What the fuck? Dramalia. Oh, I need to check that at Drolania. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. This is some shit. But she had the nerve to say she ain't connected to Trump. So let's peep game. This is Jack Cocchiarella. I think that's his last name. He's actually pretty hilarious. But let's check it out and see what he got to say here. Hold on. Where is it at? Is the audio? Here we go.
1 week story. It shouldn't be a 1 month story. We should really never stop talking about this until we get to the bottom of the Epstein files, until every document is released, and until accountability is brought and justice is brought for every single survivor. And I think the press conference comes at a very interesting time, especially given the conversation about blackmail that Epstein could have been collecting for Mossad as the Israeli government is pulling the strings of Donald Trump and his illegal war on Iran. But that all came together when a Palm Beach prosecutor shared some very interesting perspectives about what Melania had to say and why, as it relates to a relationship between her and Epstein that has been talked about a lot and is the reason Melania Trump is trying to silence Michael Wolff. I want to get into all of this and its connection, but it does start with the fact that Melania Trump made this announcement apparently without Donald Trump's knowledge.
Yo, Fries, man. What's up, dude? What is up with the cap, dude? Listen, you stood up here and said in the last video you were on that right-wingers are not listening to Bernie. Don't waste your time. You told me don't waste my time talking to right-wingers. I don't get you, man. Like, seriously, you know, it's not a competition. It's not a competition, but you got to listen to your own words too, man. Listen, and the reason why I can say this is because I've already thought this out, my approach to talking about healthcare. You see what I mean? So, and here's the thing. I'm not going to just, and we've had this conversation a million times, and you of all people should address this, and you should know what I'm talking about. There is a difference of opinion that you and I have. My opinion is very different from yours in the sense that you don't believe you can change or move or influence American citizens who happen to have already voted for Trump. I do. And not only do I believe I can move them, but I believe I can move left-wingers and independents as well. How so? Through the same set of information. That's it. Inform. And why do I have this opinion? Because that's what anthropologists do. They just go around and they treat everybody as human beings. They know everyone is at the roots susceptible to the same things. Information, lack of knowledge. That's what's moving people. Now, we made a mistake. Progressives made a mistake in not actually reaching out, I think, enough. You know, and Americans tend to do this on both sides. Right wingers tend to cut off left wing Americans. Left wing Americans tend to cut off right wing Americans. And the center is not that big, man. The independents are not that big. You know, they're substantial in the sense that a minority can move the dial left or right, but they're not the biggest group. The biggest groups are left and right. And these two groups are not that different from each other when you look at the things they really do support. Like, think about this. They both have not been able to get universal health care. They've met in the middle. You see what I mean? They've met in the middle. They don't see it as a right. You know, they don't see it as a right. Education, they don't see it as a right. You know, so yo, Friars, man. Yo, Friars, this guy is like, maybe I should come on board. Listen, Friars, it's not a matter of what party you're with. You already said this too. Many people register under Republican or Democrat because you can't even vote in the primaries if you're not, man. Like, slow down. Are you even having a conversation with me? Friars, if you're going to talk to me in the chat, you need to listen to what you say too. Like, seriously, you need to be willing to listen to what you say. Because the things that I've said that you said, you have said. You have definitely said them, you know. And again, and I've said a million times, it's not about your party. That's your philosophy. You need to respect other people's opinions too, Friars. You see what I mean? And you need to respect other people's work also. You do good work. No one's telling you what you need to do. I'm actually here doing my plan. Why are you here trying to interfere with it? Like, I don't get Fries, man. Yo, Fries, man, you're going to have to take a time out, dude, because you being hard-headed. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You need to listen to your videos. When you came up here, when I was gracious, which I always am, to having my guest up here, you've been one of them. You need to come up into and listen to the words that you say and kind of change that, because nobody can communicate with you if you don't also listen to yourself, man. That's not fair. You see what I'm saying? So you need to go somewhere else if you think you're being treated unfairly or you think someone else needs to do something differently. And I'm going to tell people this again. Although I'm registered as a Democrat, I don't vote for party. I vote for what I hear and I see, period. And if you can't accept that, I don't know what to tell you. You should be doing the same thing. You shouldn't be voting for party. You shouldn't be voting for whatever status, Republican. Just because you're a Republican, you should be listening to what people do, what they say, watch what they do, listen to what they say. Independents should watch what people do, listen to what they say. Democrats should watch. It doesn't matter, man. Some of these issues are just a matter of having American values. You either want universal health care or you don't. All independents don't want universal health care. So that's a mockery in itself. You know, so you shouldn't encourage people to change party necessarily. I don't think that's the way to go. What I think you should do first is understand none of these parties are perfect. Independents aren't perfect. They don't have a perfect record. Democrats are not perfect. They don't have a perfect record. Republicans aren't perfect. They don't have a perfect record. So what's the common denominator? They're people that peddle information, essentially. And they're people that they peddle information and want people to vote for them because they say they want to represent them, right? So if you want to influence that, you got to be willing to do the grassroots work. Grassroots work is not necessarily party work, my friend. I'm not doing party work. That's what you're doing, Friars, as an independent. You're doing party work. I'm not doing that. I'm doing grassroots American work. And grassroots American work is informing all the parties. It's informing all the individuals. You see what I'm saying? I'm not biased towards people's parties. You see what I mean? I see people in all these parties as human beings that can be reached. If you don't, that's your philosophy. But I'm just trying to figure out, what is it that a person would have against my philosophy since I'm accepting all Americans? I don't get that. What is it somebody would have against my philosophy since I'm actually, willing to believe you can reach people in all Americans from different backgrounds if you just give them a chance? I don't understand what's actually wrong with that, to be honest. Yeah, I don't understand that. You have to hitch your wagon. Holder Calvin says you have to hitch your wagon to a person or product that makes money in America. It's the American way. Universal health care does not make money. It's capitalism that run things. Well, everybody else in the Western world that has universal health care, they're all capitalist countries. The United States is not the only capitalist country. Calvin, are you an independent? Are you a Democrat? Are you a Republican? For example, I'm just curious. Yeah, let me know, because I don't understand what that means. Like, capitalism makes money, okay, but every other capitalist country in the Western world has universal health care and pretty much universal education. So I don't get it. Why is it that you can't have universal education and universal health care and still be a capitalist country? I don't get that one, But in any case, let's move on. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, Nicole, that is the question that we're all asking today. In fact, I just got off a very quick call before we went to air with President Trump, who said he was in the middle of a war meeting and that he couldn't talk for very long and had to go, but that actually he had no prior knowledge to the topic that Melania Trump, his wife, was going
Right, Melania Trump. Yes.
To be touching upon today in his statement. In her statement, he then repeated that he had to go, but before we hung up the phone, he said that she didn't know him, presumably referring to Jeffrey Epstein.
Of all of the details, I think that this one might be the most interesting, at least for the dynamic, of course, between Melania and Donald Trump. I have speculated for a long time that these two are at least separated and maybe on their way to a divorce, or maybe Melania doesn't want to divorce Trump because she knows everything about his health and that things are going to maybe come to a close soon, and that she can get the biological divorce, the old Father Time divorce from her horrible husband. But what also could be the case here is that Donald Trump just forgot that Melania did tell him, but he didn't remember. I don't think that's what it is. I just think she didn't want to tell him, that Melania knows that she is preempting something, and she is certainly preempting something if what I believe about what Todd Blanche's job as Attorney General to get through the final batch of files to protect Donald Trump and then to leave is actually the case. Now, that gets a lot more interesting when we think about what Melania said in contrast to Todd Blanche, which we saw Robert Garcia break down right here, and this all ties together with what this prosecutor had to say about the potential sexual relationship between Melania and Epstein.
Todd Blanche 2 days ago at a press conference he had just a couple days ago, he came out and was very clear that he said there's nothing else that's going to move forward on the Epstein investigation. They've released what they're going to release, and it's not really the DOJ's job to do much more. I mean, that's the opposite of what Melania Trump said today. This is an investigation that Donald Trump has called a hoax, that they've tried to brush away, that they've tried to end multiple times, that Pam Bondi tried to kill herself, that Todd Blanche is now trying to do, possibly under the direction of the president. And to have this kind of going all in by Melania Trump, look, I'm not sure why she's doing this. I don't know the timing, but what I can say is that those two pieces of what she said are going to be really important in the days and weeks ahead.
So they are obviously saying quite opposite things. Blanche is saying, we're done, let's move on, don't talk about it. And
Okay,
it doesn't
Calvin,
matter.
I see what you're talking about. You saying you saying that Americans are too focused on capitalism. They're too focused on money to see how they could have both. Because Americans waste money by not having universal health care. It's crazy, you know. Americans spend more money on health care providing less people with health care than any other Western country. So I don't know what that means, like, because wealth is a huge motivator, man. These motherfuckers are going broke, doing nothing. You know, that's not wealth. That's waste. They're wasting money. They found a way to fucking waste. That's crazy. See, making money doesn't mean you have to waste it. Yeah, everyone agrees with wealth. Duh, that's the whole point in universal health care, because you believe in wealth. But if you believe in waste more than you believe in wealth, you're probably going to have the healthcare system they have in the U.S. That's what I'm saying. And it's similar to education because, you know, a lot of people would suggest that crime, you know, can be reduced by access to education, and that there's a data that suggests that's exactly what happens. But people rather waste their money on prisons, taxpayer dollars on prisons, than, you know, the prisons aren't cheap. You see what I mean? And yeah, I just think it's kind of strange. I don't think it's the wealth. I think it's the priorities. See, you could spend your money in better ways. I think that's what it comes down to, and values. Whether wealth is it? I don't think so, my friend. I don't think it is. I think a lot of people think they're involved in that, though. Like, a lot of people think somehow they're showing that they're, you know, preserving money. No, man. Americans are wasting wealth, you know, and I think that should be something again. But listen, just to give you an example. I want to get finished with this little story, but this story is told by Jack, and Jack is I believe he's a Democrat, right? Is Jack Cocciarelli a Democrat? Let me see here. Is Jack Cocciarelli a Democrat? Let me see. I just want to check this out just to illustrate something. Also, I believe he may be an independent. I don't know, but I just want to. Oh, hold on. Did I spell that right? I think I did that wrong. There we go. Yeah, let me know. Is he about? I'm curious if Jack is a Dem, or if he's an independent. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, he is a Dem. He is a Dem, but he's still progressive, right? And that's I think people need to understand something. Again, I keep saying this all the time. You could be Republican, you could be Democrat, you could be independent. It doesn't actually mean what and how you vote. Not necessarily. Sometimes it can, sometimes it cannot. So we need to not generalize, because there's more nuances in the electorate. And it could be that data doesn't always show you the nuances, but surely if you got your ear to the ground and you're contacting people, if you're doing grassroots, surely grassroots people know there's more nuances, right? So Jack is a Gen Z. I'm talking about the guy that we're watching right now. He's a Gen Z progressive, political commentator, and digital strategist. As of 2026, he's become a leading voice in the Democratic media landscape. Okay, right. But he's a Gen Zer, so he is a progressive, right? And there it is, right? He interviews a lot of Democratic, campaign people that campaign under the Democratic banner. But his opinion. Look, we're talking about Melania, right? And that's there, but there's not a whole lot of difference with this commentary about Melania than it would be from an independent necessarily. You see what I'm saying? Right now, you see. So, but let's hear a little bit more of this.
Who is this Epstein guy? Everyone move on. There's not even more coming out. And then Melania says, I did not sleep with Epstein. Please buy my book. We need to buy my book. My book says everything. And that gives us like all the...
with AI...
Right. Okay, hold on. Shit, man. Damn, I hate those goddamn commercials. I'm sorry about that. That's kind of crazy. But here it is. Let's see here. Let's continue. Yeah, he's a Democratic Gen Zer, progressive though. Progressive. All right, let's go back to
all the information we really need to know. Without saying anything, she says everything that no more is coming. Because Melania wouldn't be making that announcement, and certainly wouldn't be making that announcement without Trump knowing, unless she was looking to protect herself. Because my first question was, why wasn't this?
Mom Donnie is a independent, right? No, he's in the Democrat banner now, but he's a progressive, right? See, this is what I don't understand, yo. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, yo. You got to be up for the nuances, and people need to look in the mirror, learn from the last election, find out what it is they didn't do right themselves, and don't always look for what someone else didn't do right. Because in this last election, you got to admit, you got Trump out of this last election. And that's because a lot of Americans voted for Trump and believe Trump. So there's a dynamic there. But there's a lot of Americans that voted for Trump that Trump is whipping their ass right now. Every policy he has is fucking them over. Like straight up. Like seriously. There was a lot of extreme. Not only were there delusional people, but then there were extremely delusional people. Right? Now, people could blame the Democratic Party for folks voting for Trump. But I think it's the other way around. I think you have to blame the people that voted for Trump for voting for Trump. And those people realize they made a big fucking mistake right now. A lot of those people, they were told they were making a mistake during the election, but they had their ears closed and were repeating the same things too much to be able to hear the nuances, and so they voted for Trump, right? And that's crazy. So sure, I think the Democratic Party made some mistakes, but then again, the Democratic Party won up to a lot of people because they mentioned some of their mistakes in their release of their internal report, right? But again, I'm just going to say this again: have the Republicans released any internal report? What about the independents? So again, I think this idea of only working on where Democrats made mistakes and not thinking to reach out to anybody else is a huge mistake. That's not what Democrats have been winning elections because they've been working on reaching out to others, and at the end of the day, I think who said this in the chat? You got to attach yourself to a big ticket. Who was that who said that? That was Calvin. To some degree, I understand that, when you approach it from that perspective, that Democratic Party is a big ticket. The Republican Party is a big ticket too. But if you don't recognize what big tickets do also, right? And if you don't recognize that there are some progressives in big ticket politics, some of them are there. You know what I mean? The progressives are not just independents. You see what I mean? And it's just that I don't think the independents did too much progressive in this last election. I think independents flopped in this last election. And I think independents need to learn from that flopping, you know, because if you were confused, if anybody in America was confused at all about Kamala Harris being way better than Trump, they got something to learn, you know.
Statement. Like, why wasn't this just a letter from her lawyer or published on her social media? You know, that would have made sense.
You wouldn't have, you know, that mistake got you Melania Trump.
And this just brings a lot of attention. And maybe it's to distract from
crazy,
other
man.
Epstein findings coming. But then Donald Trump would have to know that there are too many questions to ask. It's why we need answers. But a lot of the answers that we get come from one prosecutor and one professor, sharing information about the relationship between Melania and Epstein and why it looks like this might be what she's covering up. Ex-Florida prosecutor links Melania's Epstein remarks to fear of sex story being leaked. During an appearance on MS Now on Friday morning, former Palm Beach County State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg joined a growing chorus that Melania Trump's surprise address to the nation about her relationship with the convicted abuser was an effort to get out in front of possible new courtroom revelations. Unlike others playing the guessing game, he suggested the speech was tied to Epstein recordings that belonged to author Michael Wolff. Speaking with MS Now host Jackie Almanet, the ex-prosecutor was asked about the social circles Donald Trump's wife mentioned as she denied being a friend of Epstein. "I'm not part of those social circles," he joked, the prosecutor that is, before adding, "but there are pictures of Melania, as you are aware, showing with Donald Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, and the person who has ties to Melania to Epstein directly is journalist Michael Wolff. And I think what she did yesterday was try to get ahead of the story. Because she and Michael Wolff are involved in litigation, he elaborated Michael Wolff, apparently, according to the Daily Beast, who she name-checked in the press conference, has these recordings, and the recordings have Jeffrey Epstein's voice on them, saying that the first time that Melania and Donald Trump had sex was on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Of course, Melania also denied that Epstein introduced Donald and Melania. I think this press conference was a way to get ahead of it. I think it's less about the social circles as about the recordings that she's worried will come out. More audio, the prosecutor says, will come out about their relationship. We also have this audio and video of a Prince Andrew biographer talking about the fact that he believes Melania and Epstein were lovers.
So here we are with him in Mar-a-Lago, as you see, with Epstein. Sorry, can you see okay? Epstein, a woman called Gwendolyn Beck, who Andrew took to the island, and Melania. I had various references in my book to Melania Trump. Epstein had actually been her lover before Trump, but Trump didn't like that in the book, so he ordered it to be taken out of the book. After about 60,000 copies had been printed, so it seemed to be a pretty pointless gesture, but anyway, our publishers did it, but I keep spreading the word.
If you want to stand out in 20...
Yeah, you know, somebody in the chat said that, let me see, who said that? Somebody talked about $6 billion. I think you're talking about, Vaughn, I don't know what you're talking about, but you should not be so ambiguous. Vaughn wrote, hey, anyone looking to transfer $6 billion into an account in Cayman Islands, nobody talking about the stuff. You need to be more specific, because I don't know what $6 billion you're talking about, Vaughn. But if you're talking about the money Trump allegedly has promised Iran, that's not from a Cayman Islands account, you said? What account? That's not a Cayman Islands account. That's a different account in the Middle East. Just, I don't know if that's what you mean. We call it Medicare. I'm an Aussie. Yeah, you're Aussie. Okay, Vaughn. Yeah. I'm not sure what you mean, though, Vaughn, about that $6 billion. But I believe you're talking about the money that's allegedly promised by Trump. But that money would go through a different account. That's let me see. I believe that money will probably go to maybe a Qatari account, something like that, into Qatar and then to Iran. But in any case, listen, Americans have this thing about healthcare, and this just keeps coming up over and over and over. And it just reminds me, because as an American, I live outside of the U.S. and I've seen this a million times. So I have healthcare living abroad myself, living outside. And of course, if I lived in D.C., I would have healthcare too, because the situation is a little different in D.C. But the state is also compensating, filling in gaps and things like that, right? But it's not for Trump. You're not talking about that. Oh, okay. But living abroad is like the healthcare is organized differently in Europe. So particularly in Denmark, it's organized very different. But what I don't understand is that I see somebody else wrote a comment here. Who was that? And big up to both of y'all in the chat. I see, that's cool. I think Renee said people need to learn how to pay as they go for healthcare and put money into their insurance for their healthcare. Yeah, but Renee, I don't think that's possible for all Americans. And all Americans are paying into the healthcare system through taxes already collected. Did you know that? Yeah. Every American is already, as default, paying into the United States healthcare system through the tax system. The back end is the deductibles and the copays. That's what you pay on your own. But you're already paying taxes into a tax system a lot of Americans can't even access. So I think all Americans should probably realize this is a problem that needs to be dealt with, not just by politicians, but by representatives of the people of the United States of America, because that is about as bad as it could ever get. What's going on right now, especially after the big, beautiful bill, that the Republicans passed, it made it even worse. You see, so, it's just, Vaughn, what state do you live in? He's an Aussie, though. He's an Aussie. That's what he said, Rafika. Vaughn's an Aussie. So, but in any case, but that was a Dem, right? That was a Dem who was covering the Melania story. So let's flip over, and this is independent voter. I don't think these ladies are Dems, but I just want to see what their reporting has right now on it. Let me see. Is it? Here we go.
The comment section, people say, girls, keep the Epstein
I Gotta Have It podcast
files at the top of the news cycle. And I think, you know what? Our listeners are smart and they are correct. And much to my surprise, we have a strange ally in this plight of ours. And one, Melania Trump, randomly had a press conference yesterday and addressed the Epstein files directly. And before we dive into her video, which is delicious, I want to first paint the picture of Melania and Ghislaine Maxwell's email communications that were dribbled out in one of these Epstein drops. Pop this up. Sweet Pea, thanks for your message. Actually, plans changed again, and I am now on my way back to New York. I leave again on Friday, so I still do not think I have time to see you, sadly. I will try to call, though. Keep well, GX. And then we have, Dear G, how are you? Nice story about JE in NY Mag. You look great in this picture. I know you are very busy flying all over the world. How was Palm Beach? I cannot wait to go down. Give me a call when you are back in New York. Have a great time. Love, Melania. So to me, you and I text and send each other emails. Right. We've known each other for 25 years. I don't know that our emails are that sweet to one another. Fuck no. Okay, so here is a stunning video of the least popular first lady in the history of the country yesterday. Play the clip.
Linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect.
Pause real quick. Keep it up. It is so rich.
Now both of these ladies are actually Dems, I think, but one of them is actually a Republican. Well, an ex-Republican, somebody that's changed parties, And so I just wanted to illustrate that not only are there's a lot of Dems that are very progressive, Like myself, I'm very progressive, and I'm probably more progressive than the average, even independent in the U.S. You see what I mean? Just because of my own personal background and my own, how can you say this, where I live. You know what I mean? I can kind of see the logic in universal health care. It's easier to see when you're a part of a system that has it, because that answers a lot of questions about how well is it run, these kind of things. How much does it cost? La, 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 la. What's the quality of people's lives around me while everyone has health care? What's that like on the day-to-day? So I can kind of see how, that helps you understand it, when you kind of see that poverty doesn't come along with it, or, a lot of these other misnomers or taboo, or not taboos, but phobias are kind of answered and neutralized. You see what I'm saying? But in any case, these two are very progressive, and probably, I would say, more progressive than most independents. Even I'm serious, because even independents aren't one group. You know what I mean? There's right wing leaning independents. There's left wing leaning independents. You see what I'm saying? So I think to some degree you can judge people by party, but I think it's a big mistake to only use that lens.
That she has the ability on some delusional level to call out people that are devoid of integrity and honesty.
Yeah. Respect.
What? Be best. Okay, go on.
Their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City.
Look at the shade going up. Somebody's like, peekaboo. Like, what's Melania doing in there? What's going on? Okay, so
she's crazy.
Here's the craziest thing about this, right? A journalist, because, Trump is like a psycho dialer. He's on the phone constantly with people. He will not get off the phone. And so there's reporting suggesting that she did not give Donald heads up. Put this up. Jacqueline Almany says, just got off a quick phone call with President Trump, who said he didn't know anything about Flotus's statement prior to her on-camera appearance, but that he was in a meeting about the war and couldn't speak further. She didn't know him, he added before hanging up, referring to Epstein.
Crazy.
Pumps.
First of all, why?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see Renee is saying, no, they're both deep, and and well, this is the reason why I'm bringing it up. Actually, that was to illustrate my point. The nuances, right? But they were deep in evangelistic. Like let me see. Renee says, let me pull this up. Renee says, no, they were deep in the white evangelistic national system, and they got out. Yes, but if you listen to what I said, they're progressives now, and they're probably more progressive than most progressives. But here's the thing. They were in the evangelistic thing, but one was a Democrat and the other was a Republican while being in it. They just shift progressively. They changed on the progressive side versus the, I believe Pumps, she went from from Republican to Democrat, but those are the parties. That's not actually, there's different sectors in these parties, and that's what I was saying. I'm an independent, and I'm about right and wrong. Yeah, but I understand that too. That's great. I applaud that. But we can obviously see right and wrong are not party issues. These are not things people vote on. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, nobody's voting for right or wrong. They're voting for particular party things. And within that, you can be extremely progressive, or you could be extremely conservative. And you could be that as an independent, Democrat or Republican. It depends on what the actual issue is. You see what I mean? As an independent, I don't know what right and left means. Well, I'm not saying, again, try to follow what I'm saying though. As a Republican or independent or Democrat, you can be extremely conservative or you can be extremely progressive. That's not the same as being right or left. That's exactly what I'm saying. And it depends on exactly what issue you're talking about, whether you're extremely conservative or whether you're very progressive. You see what I mean? On the progressive end side of it. So, again, and I'm glad you're saying what you're saying, because I think the labels of left and right don't always pass. And I don't think the labels of Republican, Democrat, or independent really work, because I'm more in favor of a more nuanced approach, like where you see things kind of like an alphabet. I know people are going to take that the wrong way, but what I mean is A is connected to B, B is connected to C, C is connected to D, D is connected, and on, and that you build together, they create a language, something broader. You see what I'm saying? So, but that's kind of how I look at it. I think people that assume things based on party, they're not the best movers of the agendas. You know what I mean? And the reason why I say that is because when you use labels like that, they pretty much paralyze people. That's what I think. They tend to paralyze people more so than they allow people to make progress together. And again, a perfect example of that is like in the rest of the Western countries, right wing and left wing, they're all pretty much behind universal health care for their citizens. Why is that? Because that's a across the board thing everyone agrees with. That's not healthcare in Western countries is not a right or left thing. It's just something you see what I mean? Only in the United States as a Western country is that a right and left thing. And it's not even the progressives ain't even that progressive. You see what I mean? Like, seriously. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't some, but I mean, generally the progressives don't seem to be that progressive because the country has moved so right regarding healthcare and education. If you just move a little left, that's considered progressive, So it's sad, man. It's sad.
Answering the phone while in a war meeting. That's question one.
Because he's a psycho dialer.
Because he doesn't give a shit what's going on with the war. He's more interested in what the reporter wants to know. Here's the thing. Do I believe that
Yeah, okay, I get you. Yeah, I appreciate that, Renee. Yeah, you get me. Yeah, I hope so.
He didn't know. I kind of find that hard to believe. But the most important, fantastic part is Melania Trump rolling out there and saying all the connections, saying it has to end right now. And it's like, okay, Melania, well, now you've put a cork in it. We're done. Melania, crazy. You created the biggest shitstorm about this. You did this. And here's the deal. Everything that people are saying is backed up by voice recordings of Jeffrey Epstein, emails, and photos. So shut the fuck up.
Okay. All right. Moving along. She also called for a public hearing for Epstein survivors, leading to the release of this letter. Aaron Parnas is reporting, breaking, Epstein survivors release a statement in response to Melania Trump's address. In part, it says, survivors have done their part. Now it's time for those in power to do theirs. So the question is, why did she do this? And I could go either way, if Trump knew or if he didn't know. I don't think there's any question she can't stand the guy.
No.
I don't think there's any question that she has her own vision for herself and for her own celebrity, much like her husband does. And I think they would each throw the other under the bus completely in a heartbeat. Yeah. I mean, I don't think this is like some long love story. What's interesting to me is in the Melania documentary, as we had Kylie pirate and watch, they famously say goodbye to each other and each go into their own bedrooms. And I just have to note could you imagine if Barack and Michelle did a documentary and they both went into separate bedrooms, like the conservative freak out? Like, so is this a traditional marriage? I need to know.
It was godly, but is it
It's not a traditional marriage.
traditional?
Okay. And just so we're clear, these are the people that Donald Trump and Melania Trump had absolutely no connection to and did not know at all. And here we go. Okay. So here's Donald, here's Melania, here's Jeffrey, and here's Ghislaine. And we started off this episode with the email exchange between Ghislaine and Melania. Of course, there's all sorts of suggestions that Epstein recruited through various sources Eastern European women and brought them over for his sex trafficking crime world, and that Melania was one of those people. I don't know if that's true or not, but I just know that's out there. And I know.
Yep, that's out there. And when it's out there, you have to contend with it. Just like all the rumors they put out there about Kamala Harris. Just like all the ideas they put out there about wokeism and all of this shit. Yeah, people have to deal with those things. People got to deal with it. And, they put this idea out there about Obama being, his dad was a Muslim and all of this shit. Yeah, that has consequences, A lot of things have consequences when they get put out there. So, but this is a little different because Jeffrey Epstein, her friend, associate, was a sex trafficker, was a blackmailer, and she does come from Eastern Europe. and she's claiming she didn't see anything, know anything about it. And it's like, I'm sorry, but she just happens to say a lot of the things that a lot of people say, but people have already pointed out that no, she knew something. People already pointed out. And by the way, y'all, I don't know if folks know this, but there's a woman out now saying that she knows that let me see here. Let me get this right. The woman that was on the internet capping on Melania, right? She caused Melania to say that she wants a congressional hearing, and then another woman, another woman, a husband of another woman came out and said she would testify on Melania's part or give a statement on Melania's part, appear in Congress and defend Melania, saying that she knew nothing. But now there's another woman that's saying, no, that guy that claims he's going to, that claims he can clear Melania himself is a sex trafficker. Like, did you know that? Have y'all seen that yet? It's crazy what's going on online. So, it is like, so actually, I think it's pretty much over. I don't think MAGA is going to believe this. And again, a lot of people think you can't move MAGA. I'm sorry. Yo, I think you can move MAGA. I have some relatives that are just as nutty with this shit, and they had to learn the hard way. But you know what? If you just give up on them and pretend that they can never learn the hard way, you lose your opportunity to warm them up and teach them about other things that they should listen to. It's not just about one battle. It's about a whole set of ideas and concepts and ideals that people need to debate, discuss properly, debate and discuss properly, without all the misinformation, without the legacy media up in it, and without all of the bias, political bias, man. This kind of shit reminds me of when I see people get too caught up on political parties, I'm talking about who the individuals are. Aha, I know your party, so I know how you think. I think people that go about it that way are kind of, how can I say this? They kind of are not progressive at all. And in a way, they kind of make it more difficult to make progress than to make progress on these issues, because at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to argue Trump did the opposite of what he said, period. Secondly, even in the beginning when people tried to say the tariffs were okay, wrong. A lot of those MAGA people said the tariffs were fine. No, the tariffs were disastrous. And the tariffs were disastrous exactly for the reason why other people, including Dems, said that they would be disastrous. come on. Like, you got to get down with the rest of the world on these topics. You can't just be a loner trying to defy science. You know, what the fuck? They're trying to defy science. Come on. Is it really, are you that biased? You know what I mean? And, but when a person finally learns, you know, you need to have a way of letting them know that, by the way, some of the things I can understand. Like, for example, I understand people being frustrated about immigration. But if you think immigration is just ICE, why do you think that? That's wrong. Immigration is way more than just the job that ICE does. Like, you actually need to have comprehensive immigration so you can have an idea of who, is it Amanda Zampoli? Yeah, exactly. It's the baby mama. No. Listen, the baby mama, right? Yeah, what's up, Renee? The baby mama came out and talked and dropped the bomb on Melania. But Zampoli himself, no, wait a second. Damn, this is confusing. Hold on. Yeah. The baby mama came out and kind of saying some words, but another woman came out really hard on Melania. But Melania is saying she can get Zampoli to come and speak to Congress on her behalf and clear her. But a new woman now is saying Zampoli is a sex trafficker, like, and had a sex trafficking ring with Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein too. Like, there's different groupings of, you know, in other words, Maxwell and Ghislaine Maxwell had different groups, different sources. You know, they had different groups pulling people in from different. I think that's how it goes. But in any case, y'all, I'm getting lost. Listen, I appreciate. Oh, let me see. Paolo Zampoli is the man that's going to clear Trump's way. Yeah, that's what they say. And but another woman has just come out in the last 24 hours saying that guy is part of the sex trafficking ring with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. So this shit is getting crazy. MAGA can stay MAGA, leave them people over there. They are only upset because it's affecting them. Well, you know, I think my personal view is like, yeah, there's a lot of them that are only upset because it's affecting them, but not all. You got to think of it like this. Think of the talking points that MAGA does about liberals. They make a lot of generalizations about liberals. They're all just liberals. So when you create a term you can target a whole group with, it allows you to ignore any points that they have from that point on. You see what I'm saying? And that's not how change happens. That's not how you reach a middle ground. And to get something like universal health care in the U.S., it has to be something that's more than middle ground. It has to be 2/3 of the House, or 2/3 of the Senate. So it has to be a supermajority of the population that is educated on the topic so that they can vote on the topic, basically is what that means. So when we kind of, you know, make it seem like we don't need them, they don't need us. Well, this is why you got the healthcare you got, because none of you guys need each other. So I don't think that's a good place to be honest. And it's not like you're losing on healthcare. You're losing. So if you don't want to get together to make something work for Americans, for all Americans, and I think you got to be willing to reach across the aisle, you know, and I think it's wise. And again, I'm not saying treat people different. I'm saying treat everybody equally, but always remember people are a work in progress. What you don't help them grow to become, someone else will be there helping them grow to become something else. Like, yeah, that's how you got Trump. A lot of Americans just out there, you know what I mean? Picking up Putin talking points and shit, picking up talking points from goddamn, you know, the dark web and everywhere else. You know what I'm saying? Who's talking to these people, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Where are they getting their information from? Because where I come from, the facts speak for themselves. You know what I mean? I don't need to go to know whether the facts are left or right. I just need the facts. There's no left or right facts. It's just facts. You know. Let me see here. Yeah, Vaughn. I hear you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me see here. Jazzy music. What's up? Did you hear Claudia Sheinbaum, Mexico's president, announced universal health care? Nah, but I'm not surprised because it seems like that would be on their, program. To be honest, the more money you make, those are one of the first things you try to knock out. Look at Hungary. Hungary is still in the stages. They have universal health care, but now they're trying. Their next goal is to fill in the gaps, to improve it, to make it more seamless. But they already have universal, but they want to make it function better. But their work this is one of the goals of the new party, to work on it, to invest more in it, or to make it function better, right? So, yeah, man. It should be every emerging economy. Hungary's an emerging economy. They're not rich, right? So, but they have the basics, and I think Mexico also have the basics. They have enough to get started in that direction too, and I think they should. Everybody in my world, it's cheaper to do it that way, and it functions better. I don't understand what it is that Americans just don't get about being robbed of their tax dollars, Yeah, Zampoli was exactly. Yeah, Renee, exactly. That's gonna, he's already got people saying that about him. So it looks like it's pretty much over for the Trump administration. I'm happy that it seems like it's over. I'm just worried about who's next. Like JD Vance, in my view, he's just as bad. He's even worse than Trump. How can you be worse than Trump? How can you be? But you can be. Because at least Trump believes some of the stupid shit he was on. JD Vance is just going to cave to whoever was behind Trump, which is, it's going to be interesting. Okay, let me see. Yeah, but in any case, folks, I appreciate everybody for coming out. Listen, man, let me just say it again. I'm an American, born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family on both sides goes back to the colonial period. But as a grown-ass man, I live abroad, and I live in a country called Denmark. And I've been here for enough years now to have learned a few things. And what I could say is that everybody in Denmark has health care. Everybody in Denmark has access to education. It's universal education here, right? And I know exactly what it takes out of the tax system because I've run the math. As an American citizen, I've run the math on the tax system in the U.S. And since I live abroad and I've been living for basically 20 years, I've done the math on the system. I'm telling you, Americans are getting robbed. It's you who is getting robbed. Everyone else is getting their share. You're the ones not getting your share. You think that that other people somehow have it harder than you. No, you have it harder than other people in the West with your crazy ass system. What the fuck? And when are Americans just gonna goddamn realize it? Do the math. Stop relying. Today is the day of damn AI. You got Gemini chat thing. You got Chat GDP. All those chat things can pull up every little detail and do a comparative study data-wise enough for you to understand where you're going wrong. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. It just really, it really makes me, wonder. It really makes me wonder. America, the U.S. has more money than any other country, and you waste more of it. And you waste it. You could provide it. You could easily provide universal health care and education to every American citizen. It's not because it's going to harm your country. It's actually going to help your country because that money spent inside of your country stays in your country. It provides jobs too. Duh. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Education and healthcare still provide jobs. It doesn't mean but the problem is that the fact that it's privatized means the corporations are sucking the blood out of that shit. They're not just making a little bit of money. They're making head over heels more money than anyone could imagine. It's like Dracula. You just gave Dracula all the blood supply they need instead of regulating it. You know what I mean? It's just insane. And you don't have to make millions and billions of dollars on an industry that everyone should have access to. Healthcare is something that's supposed to help everyone in your country. It's not something that you're just supposed to clap because you made $1 billion off it. Are you crazy? That goes against the whole point. You make money providing it to everyone anyway. Why do you have to make more money than anyone else on earth from it? That just leaves people cut out of it. That's all. Be humane with your capitalism. That's all people are asking. Be humane with your capitalism. You can still be capitalist and be humane. You know, that's just really what it comes down to. And the math says you're spending more money providing less people with healthcare. So what else is there to know? Don't you want to spend less money providing more people with healthcare? Don't you want to do providing the same quality? Don't you want to do that? Because that's what you can actually do. It's actually possible in the U.S. and it's possible in other countries too. So Americans better get to it, man. Right now we got a skeezer in the White House, Melania Trump, and that's what you get. You elected a skeezer. This is what it is. That exists in every other part of life. That you could take that one little skeezer thing and just put that on your taxes, on your health care, skeezer education, skeezer education, skeezer health care, because you're paying taxes for it. You can't even get the health care. Everything, taxes, skeezer taxes. You paying skeezer taxes. Everything, man. That's the quality. You may as well say on a scale of 1 to 10, what kind of quality of life do you have? Skeezer quality. Right here. Skeezer's a whole nother number. It's below 5, though. Skeezer's below 5. Skeezer ain't above 5. It's below 5. Just to remind people, Skeezer's bad. Skeezer's not a good point system and shit. Yeah. But damn, yeah, man. But anyway, y'all, celebrate. Things are falling, things are changing, but don't make the same mistakes, man. Don't make this, and don't fall for the okie doke. People do change. People do change if you give them, if you just be reasonable. Give them, if you go outside every day and that same neighbor you see, you just keep having the same attitude towards them and you don't even try. If you don't try, nothing will change. Yeah, Denmark. Oh shit! Shout out to Lego. Yo, for real, Renee. Shout out to Lego for real, big time. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to have to cue this bad boy up. Speaking of Lego, amen to Lego. And damn, I have a friend. I ain't gonna say nothing. Never mind. I won't say anything. But yeah, big up to Lego, and big up to everybody that came out today in the chat. Friars, I'll talk to you later. Please consider what I tried to say. If not, then otherwise, I'll catch you later. But in any case, big up to Lego, and I'll catch up, everybody. I appreciate y'all for coming out. Peace.
Yeah. Keep that same energy. You ain't nothing but a fraud. Yo, call him what he is. Liar! Yeah, hey, loser, come closer. I'm the exposer. Fake billionaire, your whole empire opposer. You step down, another liar takes the crown. The whole system is a
peace, y'all.
You're just a clown. You drop fake news, sitting high in your tower, morally bankrupt, just drunk on the power. You're fired. Played your last trump card. No more aces, boy, you discarded. Look in the mirror, tell me what you see. Big E fake reality. We carve it in stone, we spell it in the fire. Ready for the truth, call him the liar. Labor of blood on your pride. Island Epstein, secrets you hide. All your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide. L-I-A-R. Yeah, we see you. L-I-A-R. We don't. Wipe us off the socials, yeah, you're hiding in fear. Trying to silence every voice you don't wanna hear. From the MJ to Diana, yeah, we see how it goes. The system buries light, but the shadow always shows. Illuminati, talks blood in the perjury. You lie, but the mission, it's Epstein fury. Yeah, round fool, yeah, the records are proof. Now we expose it all, this is hateful truth. Look in the mirror, tell me what you see. Big ego crushed, fake reality. We carve it in stone, we spell it in the fire. Ready for the truth, call it the liar. Labor of blood on your pride. All your crimes buried deep inside. Rotten systems, you're gonna slide. Hide, hide. L-I-A-R. Yeah, we see you. L-I-A-R. We don't believe you. L-I-A-R. 13%, that's a failing grade. The world is watching, 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 watching. Liar!
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day and every clue. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't stare. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, then you know they want more. But they want to keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, then you know they want more. But they want to keep you low, so they manifest the war. But I just back away real cool, no fussing. I'd rather go kicking in the streets with the bums and use the knowledge to collect what? Some funds. Open a non-profit and build a damn school. And this is the story of how a great king rules. There's many that claim to know the local demographic, but don't have the nerve to tell you the truth. It's tragic, but I do. So sit back and let me spit this shit to you. You feel better when I spit this shit to you, despite the system trying to